Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Thursday, December the 14th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. First of all, a couple of yeses. So let me know you can hear me and see my screen. I am running through some different types of layouts, guys. That's why I'm a little bit late right now. Just give me a yes, a couple of yeses. So let me know you can hear my screen or see my screen and hear me. Okay, good. Just give me a moment, guys. And I'm running, and I'm just going to do a quick, perhaps, fix on the audio for those who might. Give me a moment. All right, I should be back. Okay, guys, now I got to get my pre-market layout up. Come on, there we go. I was afraid of this. Okay, guys, I am back with my screen up and running here. Okay, so again, I'm having a few technical issues here, so I'm going to have to deal with those on the side as I run through some of these ones that are moving in the pre-market. All right, so I saw XBP, big pop up for it, 90% move right now, 7.8 million in the float. Let's see if there's any specific reason. I don't see any specific reason for this one. And this one is just showing up now. FRGT. Wow, what a move. Look at this move from 28 cents. FRGT Freight Technologies, selected for Amazon Mexico business. Okay, that's their big news. I guess it's pretty big news. It's run the stock from 28 to a dollar. HRYU. I think I saw this one for the first time yesterday. Yeah, I was watching this move here yesterday, got over a dollar, and now it is moving again. Next high looking left on the daily chart, looks like around a dollar 47. So it's almost kind of there. In fact, it got up to 182 in the pre-market, which is, into this area right here that looks like a lot of resistance. One big earnings play after hours. I think William was around for it. Adobe, ADBO. I had no idea what a run Adobe has been on this year. I guess the earnings came out, bit of a disappointment, I suppose. TD Cowen cuts the target to 650 from 665. Goldman, anyway, there's Adobe, guys, ADBO, expensive stock, of course. Look at Moderna, guys. Now, a lot of COVID stocks are falling, like Pfizer, Moderna yesterday, but this is nothing COVID related. This is some the Moderna and Merck melamona vaccine. Okay, so this is a melamona vaccine. Moderna rises on positive trial data for melanoma vaccine plus. Yeah, I know. I know skin cancer. Yes. Um, so look at that move. That's a big, big, big move out of this consolidation area for Moderna. So real, they are aware of it. When it's going to get fixed, I don't know. Okay, but they are aware of it. It's best I can do for you. Oh, it's okay, JK. It's okay. Mansplaining. Really? That's what you're right. ASYS. Just a minute. My cat is all right. Rivian, which I still think is the ugliest looking thing on four wheels out there, but that's only my opinion. RIVN. So I guess they got some kind of a deal with Amazon Mexico. Amazon Mexico is what I read. I'm sorry, I am wrong. There's another one with Amazon Mexico. Something. AT&T and Rivian team up to reduce CO2 emissions and enable smart connected vehicles. I think this was the yeah, this was the one with Mexico, FRGT, Amazon Mexico. Sorry about that. JKOS. Guys, and I'm probably missing some because I was sort of delayed in doing other things, so I wasn't really watching too much. Other than these ones that are happening in the pre-market, JKOS, preliminary guidance. They don't have earnings for quite a while now, but I guess they've come out and said, you know what? In the future, we think things are going to be rosy. And also, they announced FDA approval and issue preliminary 2024 net sales guidance above estimates. I don't know when they actually have earnings, but this one did not have a lot of volume. BLDP did not have a lot of volume, but this is and not BLDP. We're down wrong. BLDR, sorry, builder. BLDR, builder. Not a lot of volume. Last time I looked, it was over 10,000 shares. Still is. Look at this lifetime high for BLDR. APLS is moving down after says the European Union regulator is unlikely to approve eye drug. Okay, so that is the reason for APLS's big move down. Look at that go to. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Look at this go to now. Another big pop up. It was just for me anyway, a difficult intraday trader. The market's in for another big open, guys, after yesterday's huge move from 2 o'clock on with the FOMC and then the presser. Market cheered it on like crazy yesterday and even after hours. Take a look at the 15-minute chart. If you weren't here yesterday, this is at 2 o'clock. No, I'm sorry, that's 3 o'clock. Oops, no, it must be 2 o'clock. Yeah, that's a 2 o'clock candle right there. Kept moving higher, 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 and then after hours kept moving higher. This is that mauve area, 15-minute chart after hours for the SPY, and continues to move higher. Guys, we may hit the all-time high. I think it's at 480. We're at 473 right now. I think the all-time high is about 480. And have I missed anything? I think I missed one. CARM. CARM is up after announcing nomination of its first lead candidate under a collaboration with Moderna. Okay. And that is low float, 21 million in the float. And that is CARM. Probably a big, big level for it to try to get through is right up here around the 330 level. If you look at the daily chart, right around here. If somehow it breaks through that, next highs are around 4. Now, do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Big, big, big list of upgrades, probably a big list of downgrades too. I can't get to them all. Let me see if I can take a look at ALEC, ALEC. Want to see, I have an upgrade price, want to see what the current price is. All right, so Stifle is upgrading ALEC, ALEC, from an original 8 to 15, okay? And nobody's saying it's getting there, but there is ALEC. Who's in our YouTube room? I don't know what the heck. Okay, let me get some of these upgrades and downgrades in. So Justin, what stock do you see right now? Is it ALEC? ALE? I know you guys are on about a 7-second delay, but you see ALEC? Okay, good. Thank you, Pepe. Just trying to see if there's any stock that has been multiply upgraded by multiple firms. I'll take a look at Foot Locker, FL. We've got an upgrade to $33 by Piper Sandler, so another 10% to go. Go look at the downgrades and see if there's anything interesting. The downgrade list is not as big. So I will get the downgrades in. There's that Acadia. Which had a huge, huge run yesterday. Okay, guys, there's some of the downgrades. There's just way too many upgrades. Yeah, so where is this FRGT going now? I bet this is not shortable for me. No, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. The SPY did? You mean this SPY right there? The SPY that I have here, dip buyer? Or are you referring to another SPY? Because the SPY that I display, its high is back here. I don't know what this is. Well, these are the spiders. I mean, I don't know exactly what the difference is, but 479.98. So the SPY that I display anyway, and it looks like for me anyway, it looks like that the high was the month of January 2022. Now, let's take a look at the sectors. Okay, well, close enough. Whatever I'm displaying, I guess is close enough for market sentiment. Just give me a moment, please. Sorry about that, guys. Let's take a look at the sectors now, guys. I want to see now how that the two ones that are below the 200-day moving average. Let's see what happened with them yesterday. I did not post the upgrades price. There is too many. There was just way too many. So didn't bother. Okay. If I could copy and paste, I would, but I can't. I have to check them in. The idea really with those is for me to kind of check to see what the upgrade price is compared to the current price. There's just no way I could do it. It would take too long. Anyway, guys, this is the major sector. These are the major sectors. XLE is the major ETF for energy. 95% are green. That means that 95% of the stocks that are up from yesterday's close, the stocks that make up XLE. And again, we're in for a big positive open. So every sector is over 40% and higher. But this is what I want to see XLE. Where are you now with respect to your 200-day moving average? Getting closer. You can see right there, 83.35. This is in the pre-market, and the 200-day moving average is 84.48, so it's getting closer to the 200-day moving average. And the consumer staples, XLP, those are the two that have been lagging. And look at this. Look at this. So we had the move into it yesterday, not quite. And so right now, 92.56. So we're right at that 200-day moving average. Hmm. Well, you're right. You're right that the charts do not show after hours. Okay, only the on the daily and the weekly they only show and the monthly they only show the highs between 4 and 8, highs and lows between 9:30 and 4 o'clock. So you're talking about a break of a closing price of some sort. Anyway, bottom line is the SPY is hot. The SPY is hot. Now let's take a look at utilities also. I want to see utilities. And then, yeah, so utilities was the other one that was still a little bit below, but utilities broke through the 200-day yesterday. So I think really, as we speak, if we do count the pre-market right now, XLE is the only major sector that is below the 200-day moving average, and that's just barely below. Oh. Okay, give me a moment, guys. My music stopped for some reason. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'm having some issues, technical. I'm going to have to put myself on mute for a bit. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm now back. Always now, as always, being the last 2 weeks, and all I'm going to really follow is this right here, the abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily breakout cafe. Okay, and I will really follow those all day long. Okay, guys, I promise. I'll be right back. Give me one more moment. Okay, I am back and just waiting for this, waiting for the open. There's Moderna, guys. I've really watched Moderna, mRNA, that's big news, the big eye-catching press release. Certainly, it's up 11%. That's a big float, 344 million in the float. So that is a big move with that float. Well, sure. Okay, just of course it was the top of the candle, but if we're looking at all-time highs, I mean that's what you'd have to look at, right? Be at the time, it's not it wasn't the closing price, but that when we're talking about this anyway, this may be all semantics, but NRSN, okay, let's take a look at NRSN from William and ALS, cheap one, okay. I will maybe have to disagree with you just on that one, dip buyer in general. I mean, if a stock hits, a dollar, $100 as a high, and that day it closes to 95, its all-time high is still 100, as long as it happened during market hours, in my experience anyway. We're not talking pre-market or after hours. I may be wrong. All right, guys, we are 20 seconds till it's open. I will shut this down. Again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I may make an exception in the option activity plus the combo, okay? The wonder combo. And APLS, guys, so there's that. See, lots of things happen. Again, very whippy in the first 15 minutes, guys. Very, very whippy. I don't like to trade in the first 15. Nice break for this NVTS. APLS, guys, continues down here. APLS continues down on their, I guess, rejection. Look at this, 54 down to 51 right now. European Union rejecting their eye drug, and that is APLS. So we haven't had a day like this. I don't think ever. Look how many in the 10-day daily breakout right to begin with. Normally we get, I'd say on an average day, five, 5 to 7 on an average day probably. And this is just exploding. Look at all these 10-day daily breakouts. Can't keep up with them. Now look at Moderna, mRNA. Big move here. Continuing. Interesting. No option, nothing in the option scanner yet. How'd that FRGT do? Wow. Kept going. It's halted. That's where it is. I was wondering why am I not seeing it anywhere? So that got halted. FRGT got halted right at the open. APLS guys, testing 50 now. APLS testing 50. Well, guys, I've just got to sit back and wait for all this frantic action. There's no way I'm just going to hop into something just because it's moving higher right now. However, there's Ari. Ari actually is coming right into the 200-day moving average. Possible it's an overload drop. Were they working at the very beginning and now they've stopped? Look at USB, US Bancor. Look at US Bancor, 1.5 billion in the float, up 6%. This is the day that I have not seen ever. Not like this. Just a pile of 10-day daily breakouts right off the bat. But I am not chasing anything. It's hard for me to believe. I'm sure I've got everything checked here. Yeah, I'm surprised there's nothing in the abnormal option activity. And just as I speak, there we go. So here's one, Nova, Nova. Now, there's a high right there. It's got to get through, and then up here, 14-ish. You see that high right there? That's a daily high, daily chart high. Looks like that's around 1360, 1366 or so. So consequently, I will not take the trade yet. And there's that HRYU. Okay, I have to put a price alert at that high. See if Nova takes it out. Goodness. All right, guys. Well, it took it out. It's a little early, but it did take it out. And the next high is looking left on the, let's say, the weekly chart. 13, 14 would be really, really critical to try to get through. If we can get through 14, it has a lot of room. That is the, come on, take out 14. All right, guys. Wow, look at that. If it dips close to 14, I'm going to take some off. I'm talking about the Nova. Again, this is my, call it my rule breaker. I don't like to trade in the first 15, but you know, once it broke out over that 1366 level for Nova, yeah, I've taken some off, just hovering around that 14 mark. This is what I'm talking about, guys. Today we have the Nova, waited for 1366. Wow. Look at Moderna. Oh, Moderna. Okay, so guys, for me, round two on the Nova might be if it takes that 14 again. So that for me was a nice quick trade. Mm, screwed up here too. Something screwed up. Hmm. Nova should not have appeared. I mean, I'm glad it did. Look at Moderna. You still did it, William, or did you take your 0.00001%? I hope nothing's wrong with our option data, guys, because I'm looking at Nova now, and Nova should not have triggered. It says 18.9%. I'm looking at the trigger, and it says 1,000%. So I don't know what's going on. Hopefully, it's just Nova. APLS guys below 50 now. Look at Moderna. This what a move. That's a big float, guys. 344 million in the float. You must have a higher price range than me, real barely. Yeah, you know what? Something's going on. Something's going on. I don't know. I can't explain this, guys. Be careful on this on the scanner today, because look at the option volume percent that we've got for you're saying Wayfair showed up, and it says 4.9% in the single stock window. Um, I can't answer that. I just can't answer that. I'm going to check some of these here. The H band. Okay, well, this one just showed up for me. Okay, the NYCB, that's the same deal as Nova. Now, this looks okay. Option volume is 353%. I don't listen. If it's confusing for those of you who are new, I will attempt to explain it once things settle down a little bit. So there's the high right there, 1150. That is preventing me. I'm not in love with this one, guys. It may just plow right through, but I see between here and 12. I see some resistance. Wow, look at Carvana, the trade of the week, benefiting from this insane move. What was the alert? 41? That I think that was the suggested entry, 41. Okay, CCC from yesterday. Come on. Okay, guys, CCCCC. I probably went too many C's. Wow. What a day. I haven't seen action like this in a long time. I see XBR is halted, or XBP is halted. That was a big one from this morning. Is this a live chat? I don't know. James, if I say hello to you right now, does that prove it's live? How's that? Okay, there you go. Okay, wow, this was the one from yesterday that had the big pop early, and then it basically faded all day. This was on the option scanner yesterday, SDTK. So the Dow's up a little. I mean, it's up 94. Nas is up. I is up. Okay, here's another one now showing up. Caesar, S said S, sorry, CZR, CZR. Here's the one from yesterday. Wow. Hey, keep up with all this, guys. So Caesar, the next high looking left is 51. It's about $1 away, I think, on the daily chart for Caesar, CZR. Okay, guys, I'm keeping an eye on the Caesar. Again, that high right there prevented me. Yeah, just way too much happening, guys. I cannot. I'm not going to chase anything. Look at Moderna now. What did he do? Got up to 95, back down to 90. So you see, I mean, I'm sure Wayfair probably worked out well for you if you took it, but the option volume is only 29%. And for it to trigger in my scan, it's got to be a minimum 150%. So I don't know how many other skewed ones there are. Definitely Nova and now Wayfair. So be careful. So fresh is in this is in the one with the six relative volume. Same thing though. There's a next high looking left, 2382. Well, I can't take it unless it broke through. So again, just because you get an alert from, even though I love my scan, that scan, you have to still look at a chart, see if there's any sort of potential resistance nearby. I mean, this may just power right through it. I don't know, but you can see there's the high right there, 2380. And what did it get to? It got up to 2371. So I'll just stick an alert right up here at 2380, a little over at 2383, and see if FRSH breaks out above it. Hmm. Choppy, but it's on the move now from that scan. On the move from that scan. Here's what I'm talking about. Alert at 6:03, 6:42 now. What the heck are you doing, Shady? Looking at these penny ones. SVMH. Wow, CC. Paying us again, guys. Okay, why didn't it do this yesterday? Okay, STTK guys, now it is. Okay, I see what's happened. It probably just is sneaking in now in the option volume scanner because 644 options today, contracts today. Minimum has to be 500. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, Nova's back up. Might get back in, but first of all, I got to look at MAC, MAC. Pepe, we are on fire today in terms of the number of alerts. Same thing with the Mac. I mean, there's right there the next time. Wish there was none of that right there. 1607, 1605 is the next high looking left for Mac, MAC. Okay, well, look, now this could be interesting. The Redfin. I mean, again, it's coming right into a high here, 1044. The next high after that is 1073. So I'm going to stick an alert at this. Looks like that is 1039 actually. See if it can take that out and start to run from there. A little frustrating, these alerts I'm getting, but they're coming right into a high on the daily chart. Well, yeah, 54,000 shares now. I'm not shorting it. I'm in it, so why would I be shorting it, of course, but coming in, there's the high right here, the next high. So around 7. Wow. Okay, guys, I have to take some off as it approaches that high right up here. You see the difference between this one and the other ones we're getting? We didn't have to worry about highs looking left. Like this one. You see, look what happened with Redfin. Got right into that high and stopped. That's why I didn't take it. I had the alert that it was at that high, but it did not break it. And the MAC is getting super close to that high. MAC. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys. Do I personally set? Yeah, well, these are my scanners, yes, but I'm sharing them. If you are a subscriber, I am sharing them. Well, good on you guys who are shorted CCC now. So again, we get an alert for Redfin, okay? RDFN in that scanner. First thing you have to look at is where is the next high looking left? So we had the alert at 10:38, and here is the next high looking left. 10, obviously too close, in my opinion. Don't take the trade. It's got to be able to break that, for me anyway. Same thing with the NYCB. NYCB, where'd we get the alert? 11:45. And look right there, 11:50. 49, next high looking left, can't take the trade. Caesar, CZR, almost the same thing. No, I'm sorry, not quite the same, a little bit further away, but on a percentage basis. But the other one, there's the Redfin. Oh, sorry, the MAC. Look at that red line right there. Too close to take the trade, in my opinion. Okay. So again, remember the program is called Trade Ideas. Just because we get the idea doesn't mean you just pile into the trade. I'm definitely interested in this one if it can take out 16 MAC, but not before that. So the scanners, so James and anybody else who's new to the room, and welcome to the room if you are new. These scanners you see here, these are all my scanners, but I'm sharing them. I'm sharing this one, my other monitor. Yeah, good timing for Steve to be on today in our YouTube room with the CVNA. He obviously got a huge lift because of the sometimes you get lucky, but you know what? He's had other ones which have looked good, and then all of a sudden the market tanks them. Okay. In this particular case, obviously the market really, really helped it today. Well, and yesterday. Where do I subscribe? Oh, there's something I can definitely answer. I usually go over all this in about at 10:30, but I'll do it for you. I will just put in my homepage link. So if you click on my homepage link, does that mean, are you new to trading? Is that what you meant to say? You're new to trading? Because before you do anything else, I'm going to show you what I think you could possibly take a look at. Okay. You should take a look at. Okay. So listen, if you click on my homepage link, don't take out a subscription quite yet. Okay. I would take a look at this Trading 101. It's free. It's a series of videos that one of our traders put together. If you're new to trading, I mean, there's a lot to trading. Okay. You have to understand how to read charts and if you're in this room, don't I'm going to tell you what to buy and sell and when to get out and all that. The other traders in the room, it's the same thing. These are all ideas, but trading 101, I think you should take a look at that first. It starts off very, very basically. It starts off with what is a stock. But I think there are about 38 or 39 videos. You should probably go through that before even you don't need to take out a subscription yet. Okay. Take a look at this. It's trading 101 before you do anything. Okay. My audio has problems again. Let me see if I can do a fix. Or is it, hopefully it's just you, Roger, but okay. I did a fix within the program. Well, it might be just you, Roger. Z is saying it's fine. So you might have to do a refresh. Okay. Um, you know what? I usually wait till 10:30, but why not? I'll do it now. So I'm going to put my homepage link in all the rooms. Give me a moment. Okay, when you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Oh, if you do want to take out a subscription right now, you can use this promo code Barry15 for 15% off the first month only. If you do want an annual subscription, I can get you a better promo of 25%. Okay. And if you do take out a subscription, boy, I'm having weird things happening here, guys. Okay. Now, if you do take out a subscription, all I ask is that you use my code, okay? We would like to keep this room free. The way we keep it free is that you use my promo code if and when at any point in time you decide to take out a subscription. It will really help to keep this room free, okay? And if you do take out a subscription, you should do the get started. It'll run you through your download and install, first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows, alert windows, okay? All the basics. You know what? I'm gonna have to turn off my sounds. It's just too much happening. Okay. And there's the trading 101 that I was talking about. If you're new to trading or looking for a refresher, this is all free. Stock of the day video that I do, it is free. Trade of the week. Well, it turned out to be a doozy. Carvana was the trade of the week. CVNA didn't start off well Monday and Tuesday, but with the help of the a huge market move yesterday and now today, Carvana is hugely. I think the figure was 41 and it's at 50 now. You can sign up for it right here. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. This is our user guide. Again, if you're new, don't get overwhelmed by what you're seeing here. You don't have to learn everything that's in our user guide. This is a software program. And like any other software program, there's a big user guide. But like any other software program, you don't have to learn everything about every aspect of the software. Here's the getting started again. What I would look at though, alert windows, top list windows. You might want to look at stock racing and price alerts, the ability to put a price alert on a chart. Getting started. Again, there's that getting started section with the 10 videos and daily support session. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Thursday, so it should be Steve Gomez. And again, he is the originator of the trades of the week. And again, this week's trade of the week was CVNA. So you can keep the accolades on Steve when he shows up between 12 and 1. Okay. And last, for those looking for my scans, okay. Thank you for the patience. I know somebody's looking for my scans. So if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down the middle section here, these are the scans that I'm currently sharing. And this one here, of course, is the one that I'm super, super excited and watching all day long now. We don't get too many alerts, even though today was a crazy day. Or probably not, I see 6 alerts, 7 alerts right now. You don't get too many alerts in this one. Oh, the abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily breakout combo. Okay. And I'll go over that in a bit. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. Shows me the ones that have gapped from yesterday in the pre-market, either up or down. This is halts resumes when stocks had halted and then resume. You'll see it here. This is this momentum scan to full today. This is the abnormal option activity scan right here, full today. Lots and lots of action. I do have other scans that I am sharing that you can take a look at. Okay, now, what is happening? Okay, guys. Now let me tell you, especially those of you who are new, any thoughts on? Well, first of all, I'll answer Javier in our YouTube room. Any thoughts on Pfizer after yesterday's big drop? Not really. I mean, it's still, obviously with, yeah, I don't really have any thoughts on it. I mean, obviously the big drop yesterday, COVID doses going down, et cetera. I mean, that's what they said. So I don't had it did have a run with the market early, but dropping again. If you're asking, look at CCC, I'm not in it anymore. Look at CCCC, almost at 7. I'm not in it anymore. Yeah, I really don't have anything I can comment on Pfizer. I mean, nothing's really. I think it just moved higher because of the overall market was moving higher at the beginning. But yeah, I have no special insight as to where it's going to go. Okay, guys. So what you're seeing here, this is an alert. This is what we call an alert window. And so if you're looking at this and you thought, well, I wonder what this is. Look at CCC. It was just, it was impossible for me to hold on, when it did this. I mean, impossible, but wow. So to find out what any one of my scans are doing, in basically any scan, any alert window, if I right click on this, then I click on configure and click on the summary, this is telling me in English language what this scan is looking for. So as I say every single day, there are many, many screening programs that you can buy out there. Of course, we screen. This is the screening aspect of Trade Ideas. But what we're excellent at are new real-time alerts. Real-time alerts, okay? So in this particular scan, in this very specific scan, if the price is between $1 and $100, look at see. Why did it have to have that big pullback? Anyway, um, if the stock is between 1 and 100 and the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day, it is time sensitive. This is what gives it the momentum. This is why we're calling it a Momo scan. So if the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal and 5 is 400% of normal, if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay, that is why at 10:18, every time CCCC makes a new high, you're going to see it, assuming all these filter values are still met. Okay. So that's an example of an alert window. Now, this is what I like to see. It doesn't have to be what you like to see. You might want a different price range. Maybe you don't want to see a new high of the day. Maybe you want to see a new 5-minute high. Okay, things like that. This is what I want to see. So of course you can have it as is, or you can make adjustments if you want. If you want to build your own scans, of course you can. And again, don't get overwhelmed by all of the real-time alerts that we've got. Right at the very top, the new high of the day, the new low of the day. But if I scroll down, there are many, 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 many real-time alerts that you can take a look at. Don't worry if you don't know what any of these mean. I use just a handful of them myself. I'm a subscriber of the program since 2010. I just use a handful, but that's my style of trading. Okay, but so don't think that you have to learn all of these. Same thing here. These are the filters that we like, that we have. And again, the same thing goes. You don't have to learn them all. The only reason we have so many is that, all sorts of different, all like thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles there are. The company had to create enough different real-time alerts and filters so that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if you want to build your own scan. Okay? Hmm. Sound is choppy in both ends. Okay. Let me do one more thing again, and maybe I have to change ports. Okay, give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys, give me a heads up. Please give me a heads up if the sound is still bad. I'll keep talking. If it is still bad, I've done something within but you're saying it was bad in YouTube too, so that is not helping YouTube. I'll keep going, and if the sound is still bad, I may have to change ports on my mic port. Okay, if the sound is still bad, just let me know. Okay, I'll keep talking. So, as an intraday trader, all I'm interested in is finding stocks that are trading abnormally. Okay, so how do I do that? Well, the number one way, of course, is volume. If a stock is trading abnormally volume-wise, I want to. So and also don't think, okay, well, wow, that stock's trading 1 million shares today. That's a lot. That must be abnormal. No, not necessarily. What if it normally trades 1 million shares a day? That stock, if all of a sudden it's trading 5 million shares a day, when normally meaning say an average over the last 14 days, it only trades 1 million. Well, now all of a sudden it's acting abnormally. So we have a great filter called the relative volume filter. You can see that quadruple C is trading 28 times normal up to this time of day. So obviously we want to know about a stock like that. The other way I find stocks that are trading abnormal and sort of combining that is looking at their option volume. I don't trade options, but this is why it's called abnormal option activity. If the stock is having abnormal option activity, I want to know about it, coupled with the abnormal volume. So when you look at again CCCC, so it's traded 10,000 contracts today. That represents 7.2 times normal, 721%, 7.2 times normal. So not only is their absolute volume extraordinary in terms of the relative volume, 28 times normal there, the option volume is 7 times normal. Whoa, sorry guys, I've been talking and talking, and I think the mic was out. Hmm. Well, I'll have to keep talking. I'm not sure where I left off. And is the sound still choppy? If it is still choppy, then I will. The next thing I can do is change ports. Let me know. I will keep talking. Is it better now? Okay, well, let me know. There's nothing worse than trying to listen to somebody and it's horrible audio. I get it. So that was at 10:20 though, Jay, right? So it's now 10:24. So hopefully the sound is okay. Your computer doesn't have to be, I mean, I don't even know what they suggest anymore. We do most of the heavy lifting. Okay. Still bad? Hmm. Tell you what I'm going to do. You have to give me a moment, guys. I'm going to change the port that I'm using for my mic. Okay, I'm going to change the port and see if that helps. All I have to do is find it now. Yeah, I'm not though. I'm not really. I'm staring straight at the mic the whole time. So give me a moment, okay? It might be just some, you know. For some it's bad, and I have no explanation why. For some it's bad, and some it seems loud and clear. Give me a moment. I will change my port though. Okay, guys, I just changed the port. Let me. Did that do anything at all for those who are having problems with the audio? Did that help at all? Changing the port. I'll keep talking for a while anyway. So what I was saying is, and again, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I might have to go over some of the stuff again, guys. I'm not sure when I had my mic cut off. So as an intraday trader, I'm looking. All I'm really looking for is stuff that is trading abnormally. Okay, and usually the number one reason is volume. Oh man, even worse now. So Roger, I have to make sure that no, well, not necessarily everybody. Pepe, you're my sound guru. Is it okay now, or it may be just on your end, Roger? So let me keep talking, okay? I will keep talking for a while, and then I'll have to try to figure something out. Obviously, maybe have to do a reboot if it is bad for everybody. So, intraday trader looking for stocks that are trading abnormally. How do we do that? The number one reason stocks trading usually abnormally is when they have a super increase in volume. Okay, increase in volume relative to what it normally does. So that's the relative volume filter. And the other way I find it, the other way I find is looking at the abnormal option today. Okay, option volume. Is the option volume also abnormal? So those two together allows me to find stocks. Okay, there's something going on then. Okay, I'm going to change the port back. I have to do a complete reboot. All right. I'm going to try again, guys. Okay. Can you hear me in the main room? And can anybody hear me in YouTube? And if you can, is the sound okay? Okay. So the main room is fine. Okay. And how about Pepe? You can hear me in YouTube? Okay, good. I think we're back to normal. Okay, thanks, guys. Sorry about that. I did have to do a complete reboot of the my computer and had to load a bunch of programs. So before I could get rolling again. Okay. So my question was, when did STTK first appear in this scan? It's showing at 10:43 for me because that's when I rebooted. But when did it first appear? What was the price? If somebody can tell me who's got the scan? Because this is another awesome one. 543. Wow. Well, there's a dollar. That was a very costly, a very costly audio issue that I had because I would have almost 100% taken that one. Oh well, at least it's working. So, aye, aye. Okay, guys. So I'm sure a lot of these high flyers at the very beginning of the day is based on what's happened with the market since 9:45. We've had a little sell off. Everything is still positive. NAS is still up. Dow is still up. SPY is still up, but we are selling off. Hey, thank you guys on YouTube. Everybody was saying you can hear me. And this is halted, obviously. Okay, so that got halted at 10:45. Oh man, that was an awesome one. Yeah, I can see exactly when it would when you would have got the alert. Right when it took out the high of yesterday. The high yesterday was 542. So yeah, you would have had an alert. Somebody said at 543. Yeah, 543. The minute it took out yesterday's high, that's when you would have got the alert. And but I reiterate, Paul, of course, I can't see the original ones, but like Redfin, RDFN, we had the alert somewhere about here, I think. And but there was the next high looking left was too close, so you wouldn't take it. Okay, and that was I think with Mac also MAC, and there was one other one. So it still requires that when you click on the alert, make sure there's no short term resistance, meaning a high, the next high looking left. Make sure it's not too close. Obviously, you didn't have to worry about that with STTK or the C4. And the Nova, which shouldn't have triggered, but it did. I don't know. Our option volume now is starting to pick up, but But it was the same thing. I think at 13, I think 1360 or something was the 1355 was the next high looking left. So I did not want to take it until it broke that, and then it did. So I took it. Okay, guys. Now Moderna, after the big, huge move in the first 15 minutes, real choppy. Look at this bottoming tail from Moderna, 85. Got a $10 range right there. You can see, look at that. Their average true range is 369. So, we had a high, but today's range, call it 10. This one is weakening, guys. ASLE, but as always, what do we see when we look left? See, the next low to me, I mean, there could be some support, between 13 and 1320. So the stock is at 1341. So for me, it's a no-go because it could have some support here. That's not far enough away for me to take the short. So this just opened. Okay, so the STTK just opened. So it was halted at 655, so it dropped down below. But now, if it gets over 655 again, guys, this could go on a run. Could go on a run. That was the halt price. It dipped below it. Yeah, I mean, the next high in the monthly chart is 712. So that's that has some room. The Lending Club, LC. Yeah, so again, the next high looking left is 836. It's that red line on the chart. I can't believe how many times I'm clicking on an alert and it's basically almost bumping in to the next high on the daily chart. And this is another one, NXT. That's definitely a bug, Pepe. Clicking on the alert from an alert window does not give me that red line, but clicking on an alert from a multi-strategy window does. That is definitely a bug. That is very weird. Boy, here's another one. We saw this one, well, 2 days ago, 3 days ago, this TLSI. Continuation here. I don't know what their news was. Wow. I mean, this has got some room on a weekly chart anyway. 1059, 1059 on the weekly chart. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just trying to explain this to, let's see, what's time, 1057. I want to get one that's a lot earlier. Okay, guys, TPIC now. Okay, okay, STTK just got that high. I'm too late. was trying to pass on that bug to the guys, and I'm too late. I wanted to take this one. Let's see if I have an opportunity. Sometimes what I'll do on a halt is if there was the halt price at 655 and it dropped down below it, and then if it comes back to the halt price, sometimes I'll take the trade of it. So I would have, I don't know how successful I would have been, getting it at 655 and whether or not it'll power on from here. But that was my plan anyway. Okay, guys. Well, I'm going to say it again. If you're new to trading and you're looking for just a few stocks to follow, this normal option activity plus the 10-day daily break, okay, I would highly recommend you follow that all day long. This is making me a little bit sick, seriously. Couple of a couple of reasons, of course. I would have had this one had I not had to do a reboot. I would have seen it like everybody else at 543, and I'm 99% sure I would have taken it. And then I would have taken it here on that break at 655. But you know what? There will be others. Don't know what you mean by that, Jamie. The halt plan always seems to work well. Your halt plan always seems to work well. What do you mean by that? You're not talking about the halt scan. Okay, Pepe, this is 100% for sure, right? Anything in an alert window, we're not getting the red line, and anything in a multi-strategy window, we are. Okay, I'm going to pass this on. Ah, excellent. Glad to hear, real. I wasn't sure how long it would take. Okay, so what do I want? Abnormal auction activity. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm trying to get to the bottom of this bug that we've got here. Oh, I see what you're talking about, Jamie. Yes. The only thing that may have prevented me from doing it is that that was a fairly big pullback because it was halted at 655 and it pulled back to a 5,589. Typically, it's not that big a pullback when I do it. So if the halt was at 655, maybe if it moved that down to, 620, 620, 630, and then it popped up to 655. That was a fairly big pullback. But you're right, in this particular case, it still would have worked for about, well, if you got it right at 655 or so and you could have sold it right at the top, it would have been a dollar move. So, Christine, you mentioned something about an NRSN. I think William might have mentioned it earlier this morning. This is under a dollar, right? Yeah. I think William mentioned this under a dollar, NRSN. So what did it do? Got up to 110 and then pulled all the way back. I mean, this is pretty dicey, but okay, guys. Now the C4 has not really given it up much yet. Are there still shorts available for me for CCC? The first day, none yesterday at all. No, no, it was all snapped up. I think when I looked, there were 46,000 or so. I think when I looked, they're all snapped up now. Okay, now this is showing up when we reduce the relative volume to 6 for JBI. There. Okay, so Chris, if you can hear me now, for instance, I just clicked on JBI. I clicked on JBI from here, okay, and you can see the red line. Now it's not on the daily because it'd be higher, but on the weekly chart, that red line represents if I expanded out this daily chart, that would be the next high looking left on the daily chart. It just happens to coincide with the high in the weekly chart. Okay. If I and it's not because that was the last alert either. If I click on TPIC, okay, TPIC, which is at 10:39, here's the red line on the daily chart. Here it is on the weekly chart. Okay. Now, if I click on an alert window, well, JBI, right? JBI was okay. I clicked on an alert window for JBI, no red line. So that is a direct comparison then. JBI from the multi-strategy window, red line. JBI from an alert window, exactly the same alert, in fact. Okay. It's helpful because for me anyway, I always want to see where the next high is. Okay, good. And thanks for doing it, Chris. You know me and Jira. INHD. Okay, let's take a look at INHD. Today's IPO halted, priced at $10 a share. So, I'm sorry, IPO priced at $4 a share. Whoa, this is a big one then, guys. Priced at $4 a share. Who put that information in? Oh no, somebody's saying they're losing the audio. Oh, good. Now, when you say losing audio, if it's dead air, remember, I'm not on the radio, so don't talk 100% of the time. Okay, what I have to do with this one, unless somebody can tell me without my having to find it, is it China? And my guess is that it's probably 1 or 2 million shares at $4. 2.5 million shares. Okay, so 2.5 million shares, so very low in terms of the shares issued. There was the IPO price. Obviously, a ton of enthusiasm. And my guess, we're going to see. Oh, I'm wrong. I thought this would be China, but this is out of Texas. Okay. Okay, guys, 11:17. So this is should be interesting to see where is this going to open. Don't have any data for this. I don't have any idea where this is going to open. My time in sales is not really presenting anything to me. That's Interactive Brokers. So this is one I know that showed up on the scan, the Wonder Combo. I didn't like it because it was fairly close to the new high and also the next high. Also, I thought it might struggle to get through 50, so wasn't too interested in it. All right, speaking of GoTo, this just showed up. Now, the last time I saw GoTo, it was starting to drift down, but GOTU just showed up in the scan at 461, so it hasn't moved. There's the high right there, 446. Let's take a look at a monthly chart and see where, wow. So the next high, you have to go to the monthly chart. So the next high is around 482. It looks like 486. That'd be on the daily chart. Yeah, I can't answer that, KR. There's more to it than just taking a look at the average. Okay. There's more to that formula. And I think it's actually based on 14 days. Okay. But there is more to it. I don't really worry about it too much, and that's why you did go back and do it. With this relative volume formula, there is more to it than just the actual volume over the last 14 days, as I understand it. There's a little more to it. That's because you have to have it on a monthly. You have to go monthly, Chris. Okay. I give it on your weekly scan. It still wasn't going to show up, but if you can see my screen, you can see it's on the monthly. Boy, what room does this go to have? I wish that weren't here. But it might not hurt it because then the next high is 554 on the monthly chart. But it hasn't really moved from the alert. The alert was at 461. I'll repost it here, okay, Chris? Just underneath that, just underneath. So relative volume takes a 30-day as a ratio. Okay, there you go. 30-day as a ratio. Let's see, guys. I think, oh, look at this. Boy, this is a big, big moved down now for Met C over the last few days, and it just took out that low right here, which is 1508. Underneath 15, guys, look at this. I mean, you've got all sorts of room. Met C could be in store. I mean, it's problem is we're always sort of chasing it for a short right now. So Casey, yeah, thanks, Chris. Go back to your cave now. So Kay, who asked that question? So KR, this is a bit of an explanation. That's why I when I say to people, this is the relative volume. Son of a gun, YouTube just kicks me off. It won't allow me to paste everything. Well, okay, tell you what, KR, if you can read, this is the explanation. Relative volume takes a 30 days, a ratio, not 3 months or 10 days. There's a bit more to it with waiting at the open and the close, but we do not share the formula. It is under lock and key, okay? I don't know if theirs is the same formula though, KR. Their relative volume formula, I have no idea if it's the same. All right, guys. Where's that Met C again? That Met C, the longer it holds under 15, I mean, that's a big break now. I think that's a big break. And when you look left, it's got a lot of room underneath still. Like this whole thing is fizzling out. Okay, guys, really concentrating on this Met C. I want to see how well it holds underneath 15. I'm really itching to take a short on this one. It can just base a little bit underneath this 15 for a while. I think he left. You just want to tell him that it's fixed. Talking to you, real. So Chris, I think, has left. Oh, okay. Okay, I did not think it would be, fixed that quickly. It's funny, I never use, history. The only time I use history is when I demonstrate it, but I really don't use history at all. I don't test it. I don't back test, I don't test my scans at all. I create something that I think might be useful and see how it goes, tweak it a bit, and that's about it. Understanding, I've been using the same type of scan for years and years and years and years. How do you create a watch list in, Trade Ideas? Okay. Now, I'm gonna direct you to the guide also, Sam, just to show you where you can find it in the guide, because I will explain, but you may forget, and so it's a good idea. Give me a moment. Forgot to load something when I reboot it. Just give me a moment. All right, so if you go to my homepage, symbol linking. Okay, so when you go to my homepage link and go to the, guide section or, education section, click here, and then go to the guide, and then watch lists, okay, watch lists right there. So that is so again, I can go over it, but I mean, it's pretty well covered all in here in the watch lists. Okay, how to create a watch list, a symbol list, same thing. Oh, you meant yeah, a symbol list, watch list, it's the same thing, okay? I wish we would just, universally call it a watch list like everybody else does, but so what you can do is this, you can start off with, an alert window or a top list window because basically you want to create your top list window first or your alert window first because when you create your symbol list, you want to attach it, to either a top list or an alert window to monitor it, okay? So if I wanted to create a symbol list going into this momentum scan as an example, so if I right click, configure, symbol list, and see where it says create new list. So I could create a new list, give it a name. I'll call it, I don't know, testing. Okay. Then now here's where I can start inputting my symbols that I want. Now, you can go, if you have a list of symbols in a column, you can copy and paste them in, or you could just, type them in. So if you want this on the if you want it more on the fly when you see a chart you like, you might want to use the heart function, Sam. But you do have to start off with either an alert window or a top list window in order to monitor the symbol list. Okay, because once you say okay, I won't put anything in it. And then I don't think it shows up immediately here. No, then you have to add existing list. Go to this column over or this header over here, add existing list. Now, if you've not done it before, you'll see it immediately. I don't know where it's going to be. Testing is going to be somewhere down here. Testing. Okay. So if I click on testing, just click on it, left click on it, it moves over to this column. Once it's in this column, then here are all the symbol lists that you can have that you can attach. Okay. And so now all you'd have to do is a little drop down, all symbols, and only the following list, and then just check it. So then that symbol list that you created, called whatever you're going to call it, will now be attached to that alert window. You can attach it to, as many windows as you want. So the other way, if you're talking about the heart, so if I click on something and I want to, and I, if it's something I want to have a look at, then I just click on the heart. And again, if you have a top list window or an alert window, how you want to monitor it, you just attach. What's it called again? Ugh, called again. It's probably called best or it's personal or something like that. It'll be right at the top. The minute you click on a heart, it'll move over. That symbol list will move over. My liked. Phew, my liked. Okay. Thank you, Pepe. It's called my liked. So the minute you click on a heart, it goes into something that we've already created for you called my liked. I believe it automatically moves over to this column. Okay. I believe it does. Now, if for some reason it doesn't, then you have to add existing list, and I think it'd be right at the top. Just click on it, and then it's moved over. So then you would attach my liked to again, however you want to monitor those to a top list window or an alert window. Then every time you click on a heart, it'll go in there. Okay. So that's a way to do it on the fly. You don't, you're going through. You look at a chart. Yeah, I want to follow that one. So you just click on the heart. Do the learning videos have? Yes, you mean those? Yeah, he put them together. Basically, what he did. So the question is, do the learning videos have Michael Noss in them? Yes. What he did was just at the beginning of the pandemic, I guess his wife was staying at home. She's not a trader at all. So I think what he did is he said, "Okay, let's run you through in a sort of a joint fashion, and you can ask me questions as I'm going along." So that's the nature of the video. Yeah, sometimes it's not going to show up immediately. Okay, so if you click on a heart, it might take 30 seconds to show up. Sure, and I know what you mean. A static window with a list alert window is the only way. So you have to have an alert window or a top list window or a multi-strategy window, and you have to attach the symbol list to it so it knows what to do with it, if that's what you mean. Now there is something else you can do. If I right click on Flunk as an example, I right click on it and you see where it says send Flunk to, and then down here, symbol list. So I could actually pick a symbol list I would want it to go to. But you have to have the symbol list attached to something, an alert window, a top list window, even a multi-strategy window. So it it knows what to do with the symbol list. Okay. Well, here's a big miss for me, was APLS. I was watching this APLS earlier on in the day and saying, keep an eye on a 50 break. And look at this. We saw this in the pre-market week, and then that opening candle, and I said, wow, what if it gets below 50? Well, it did. A couple of dollars now below 50. Well, Metsi didn't do it. I was hoping it would hold underneath 15 for a bit, but it's actually popped up. So no go for me. Well, I'm using a different, I guess you didn't continue, James. Still waiting on the go-to, guys. See if it can take out that. The alert was around 463, so I'm going to just stick an alert there and see if it takes that out later on. Oh, so you have to finish your question, I guess, James. Halt it again. Wow, look at this. Wish I'd seen this one a little bit earlier. So there's that crazy one, guys. I'm surprised it's not out of China. Not very much volume. Look how little volume there is. Yeah, no, it doesn't matter what broker you're using, James. Okay, we're a scanner. I should mention. It's funny. We get emails coming in. People don't quite get it. We are a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use us. We do have now you can use Interact I use Interactive Brokers, okay? I mean, I'm in Canada, I use Interactive Brokers. Interactive Brokers is, many, many countries all over the world, so you can certainly use Interactive Brokers. But it doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas, where we generate the ideas. The worst that would happen is that you'd have to type the symbol in to your order entry, okay? Because we do link with many brokers. Linking meaning it's a time saver. So when I click right now, when I click on LC or TWST, it automatically loads into my order entry into Interactive Brokers. So for somebody like myself who is, clicking on a lot of alerts all day long, it would be a real pain if I had to type it in to the order entry. Okay. So we link with many brokers. That's what linking does. Now, we cannot guarantee we link with your broker. When I say your broker, talking to somebody out there listening and saying, "Well, I've got this XYZ broker." We cannot guarantee we link with it. The brokers don't care that if we can link with them. Okay, we certainly link with Interactive Brokers and many of the major brokers. So that's not usually an issue, but it's a time saver. That's what linking is. It is a time saver. Now we do have a special this window here, which I should use it or show you a little bit more in terms of taking trades. I just get so wrapped up doing so many different things all day long, I kind of forget. But you can actually use this window if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account to actually trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay, but I think people get they maybe hear the tail end, or people don't understand. They think they must have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account in order to use Trade Ideas. No, it's just that, this feature is available if you have one of those two brokers, but you don't have, but that's all it is. It's an option, it's a feature. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use this because what we're doing is generating ideas. And as I say, at the very, very worst, you'd have to type the symbol in if somehow the linking, does not work. And we cannot guarantee that we can link with every single trading platform. So there's the JBI, guys, and again, that red line, that's telling me that I can't take the trade yet because it's a little too close. So even though I got the alert at 11:34 in the combo scan, to me that 11:48 is too close. I mean, even if it took it out, I mean, then you've got 11:73. I just wish there was more room that it could run before it would hit those next highs. Yeah, 15 minutes until the king of CVNA, he's gonna be pretty happy. So yeah, Steve, well, I should confirm, sometimes he and Andy switch. And I'll see, or ping Steve to see whether or not it will be him today. Ah, it's gonna be Andy. You haven't heard from Steve? Oh, okay. No, Steve is not going to be around. Okay, so it looks like it'll be Andy. Never tried very fast scalping, Bernie, so never tried it. What do you mean by that exactly? So if I want to take this at 11:38 and get out of it at 11:40, and you're taking what, like many, many shares? I've never fast scalped, so it's just not an issue for me. Wow, look at the TPIC. Yeah, that's not, yeah, I don't know if there are how many platforms you can do that on. Maybe Centerpoint, I don't know. Look at TPIC, guys. So I was, you know, complaining that that the next high was pretty close. And look what it did. Powered right through it at the alert at 341, up to 377 now. Well, before you change to TD, I know you're talking about Ameritrade or Schwab or whatever it's called now. The reason is I can do a little survey in the main room. Anybody with a TD, are you scalping? Are you scalping a lot? Is there have a gentleman in the YouTube room that wants to get in and out of trades in 10 seconds? Um, Not sure changing brokers is going to help you, but 10 seconds. Okay. So you want to take a trade, you get in here at 372 and it goes to 375 and you don't pay any commission and you want to get out. Okay, well, Todd says he has it and he can. So okay, you can try TD. I've just never done that. Oh man, now Mac was earlier, guys. Now because I had to reboot, can anybody tell me what the alert for Mac was in the combo scan? What the price? Look at Nova now. Uh, Guys, I'm telling you, I'm just going to. I mean, there's so much happening, but I'm just going to really, honest to goodness, concentrate on this until it tells me not to. What was the alert for Mac, guys? Thank you. 1584. Okay. Well, oh wow, was it? Yeah. So yeah, because I reloaded at 1039, so it's at 317 for T pick. Wow. Well, hopefully you can see. And this is not a day. I mean, yeah, the market's up, but it's chopping around. It's not like the market has been just ripping higher all day long. Okay. But you can see now, hopefully, why I'm so excited about this every single day. And wait till tomorrow. What are we going to have tomorrow? Well, I've got a Dell. I've got a 6-year-old Dell desktop, James. No, it was rigged pretty high when I got it, 32 RAM and all that, but still, we do most of the heavy lifting. Well, yeah, of course. I mean, within the Dell family, there's all sorts of different configurations, of course. You know what's starting to come back again, guys, is Moderna or mRNA. Moderna is starting to come back. So based pretty nicely around that 88 level. And remember, it got all the way up here, and it did have some legitimate news today. Boy, look at the APLS taking out another whole number. Oops, APLS taking out 47 now. And what about Rocket here? Rocket companies. Wow, look at this one go. Doesn't wow, it does trade options. However, I'm wondering, the relative volume is only 5. That's why. I'm wondering why isn't it showing up in the normal option activity, or it's showing up here, but it's not showing up in the breakout. Remember, the minimum is 8. So, and it's at 5 right now. Okay, guys, I'm keeping an eye on the MAC. I want to see if it gets back over 16 again. Isn't TD going to futures and crypto? No idea. I don't know. I know. I think IB has, but I think they've always had. But I can't speak for TD regarding futures and crypto. Wow, look at Carvana. Oh, too bad. Steve's not going to be in the room today. Okay, guys, 11:56. So what I'm going to do is, okay, so it'll definitely be Andy. Okay, Andy's going to be taking over for me in about 4 minutes. So let me put, first of all, I'll put the YouTube link in. So there's the YouTube link in, okay? And he's not there quite yet, but he'll be there very soon. I'll put my announcement in that I'll be on a break. And oops, oh, idiot. Jeez. Okay, guys. So I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. Meanwhile, we've got this new IPO going crazy. We have Carvana going crazy. Yeah, as I say, as Shady is saying, Trade Ideas, the program itself does most of the heavy lifting. So Andrew, I hear you.
Mr. Barry, how are you?
Whoa, what a day.
Oh, crazy.
It's insane day.
I
Just give me a moment, okay? I just want to put
no
myself
hurry.
on mute in the main room. Okay, guys, Andy is in the YouTube room. I put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Andy for his 1 hour. And I'll see you guys at about 1 o'clock. Yeah, what a day. What a day yesterday, of course. Just
Yes.
I was saying yesterday, I cannot remember ever seeing a day like yesterday we have the FOMC. Usually there's a little bit of chop, you take a look at the first minute, maybe you might get a big red can or green candle, then the next one's red, then the next
I
one's
know.
green, but that was straight up. And then
It
a
was.
lot of times, as you know, at 2:30 when he has his presser, he can throw cold water all over everything,
Sure.
and not even close.
I know.
Not even
I know.
close.
I had me a little hedge on, going into that meeting, and then it took a big old up more, and I said, "Well, I'm not going to cover this hedge because I've seen this thing just reverse and go right back." Next thing I
Yeah,
know, I'm like, "Oh my gosh, get me out of this thing!"
get me out.
Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding.
No, but
And are you following my I call it my wonder scan now, the combo? Are you following it at all?
you know
Probably
what,
not,
Barry?
right?
Have you shared that?
I've shared it a million times.
I know. I probably wasn't looking at those on every one of
Okay,
those
well, let me
times.
show you. I'll pop it in the in YouTube, and you can take a look at it. But um, I'm as but excited about this as any
I've seen
scan
you
ever.
display it. Yeah, I've seen you display screenshots some of the ones coming through.
Hmm.
So definitely, yeah.
And I'm
Uh,
not cherry picking. I'm not just there's not like a hundred alerts, and I'm picking the best two. Not even close.
let me.
Usually you only get about some days only about 4 or 5. Probably a few more today. I don't know how many because I had to reboot my computer, so I lost all the earlier ones. But yeah, I mean it is just it's got this thing going for it. For how
Okay.
long? I don't know.
Let me ask you something. Would you take some of these as swing trades? I'll have to.
Well, I mean, as you know, if it closes well and there's still
Sure.
room looking left,
Yep.
sure.
Exactly.
I guess you
Okay.
could. I guess you could.
Yeah. I'll definitely check it out. Now, you've had some other option scanners that you shared with me. So you think this is
Well, this is just the
better and a
combo, and well,
oh.
this is just the combo now. Okay, what it's doing, it's taking the option scanner and it's combining it with the 10-day daily breaks.
Mm,
So it's a combination of the two
okay.
scans
Gotcha.
put together. And
Gotcha.
Finley, to answer your question, wouldn't any bullish scan be good right now? Depends what you mean by right now. This
Right.
has not just been the last 2 days, Finley. I've been watching this for 3 weeks to a month.
Okay.
Okay, so it's not just the last 2 days. But I'll let you go.
Yep.
I a few
Yeah,
things I've got to do.
enjoy your
So
hour, yeah.
yeah, thank you.
Yeah, go have you a
I
crumpet
will.
or something.
What's that?
Go have you a crumpet and a cup of
A
coffee.
crumpet. What do you think? I'm British? Okay. Okay,
All
Andy.
right,
See you in
man.
a bit.
We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Hello, everybody. Uh, Welcome to the support webinar. I'm filling in for Steve. Steve had to do something, so we're going to flip flop. He's going to work my session tomorrow. So here I am. And once again, if you have any questions about the software, configuration maybe or something, or uh, anything at all, other than that, we can talk stocks, we can talk setups, and man, what a crazy run we've had. Yesterday, I do different things, but XLF. What I liked about yesterday was XLF, and the reason I was kind of hedging uh, is because let me just scroll this back right here. Yesterday, it was hitting up against this resistance. So I said, you know what, this could get tired right here at this resistance area, and so I put a hedge on by using FAS, and needless to say, yeah, I got out because, yeah, there was no need. So I just kind of looking for something that was overextended where you couldn't catch some profit taken. Had the market reversed real hard, and XLF was the ticket. So that didn't work, but that was fine because I had plenty of longs. I made a lot more money on my longs than I did on what I lost on that hedge. But had the market reversed really hard, see what I could have done is sold some of my longs and then maybe added to my hedge. So I'd be more hedged. So I do that quite a bit. Just when I've had some nice profits and the market's getting overextended. But boy, yeah, those look at that financial, the XLF move, man. Uh, I guess when you look at the numbers, let's see, about $6. That's 20%. For financials, that's pretty good. Typically, obviously, you're not going to get the same kind of move off financials as you're going to get off ARC, which has also had a mammoth move lately. Kathy Woods ought to be happy, but yeah, there's a more of a what is that? Well, that's another 8 points, be a double. So yeah, that's huge. I can't calculate that real, but just eyeballing it, that's what, about 70? Crazy. Hi, Javier. How are you? Kind of been nibbling back in this shot. Made I've held a position, small position in it. You can see I've taken some profits on the closed P&L, but it doesn't look good. But this is one that if it does get up here and break through this, I always like having a nice good price down here. I added to it today. We'll see if it can get going. Yeah, yeah. KRA Peter had a massive run too. A lot of things have. A lot of things have. I've nibbled on some China stuff. Uh, Liking this VIPS. Looks like it wants to go up here and test this level. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. Bought some Neo this morning before the bell. Scalped out of some. Uh, and as you see, I bought some FXI this morning in pre-market. Just just thinking, gosh, if our market goes to all-time highs, gosh, there's got to be a bounce in some of this China stuff. I like time, but I actually was in time the other day and took my profits and got stopped out of the rest yesterday just because I was just nervous going into the stupid Fed meeting, just taking profits. But time can get through that top right there, could be off to the races. And I did buy some. I don't even have it on my thing here, but I bought a very, very tiny bit of that lead just to watch it. Let me put alert up here. But my big winner is this PLTR. If you guys anybody knows, I held this actually into earnings. So that one, I'm sorry, not PLTR. I entered that today. I think you can watch this one. It's back above. It's uh 10 and it's 50, and I'm sorry, the 50 and the 10. So this one maybe you want to keep on your eye. You also have a downtrend. If you can break this downtrend right here, which ran into the high of the day. If it breaks that downtrend, so if it goes back to highs, this one could be off to the races. PLTR. Like to look for lagging stuff, but Path has been my big winner lately. And Toast. I made a little bit of money in Toast, but let's face it, there's a lot of stuff you could have made money in recently. My mean reversion approach is a dangerous game, right? Yes, yes, it can be. There will be a day coming up, probably once we take out all-time highs. That's when this probably seller. That's usually when it happens. Everybody gets giddy, and then let's just put it on the weekly here and see how far we got to go and put in a price alert. And we still have a ways to go. Another 8 points there. So let's just stick a price alert in here. It's always good to do that. So you'll be notified when it does happen. And take a look at the Qs. Qs are probably further off. Uh, no, not really. Not really. Put a price alert there. I'm in this Amazon. I keep thinking it's going to go. I scalped out of some, but uh, I mean, there's nothing really to prevent it from going another 8 points or 10 points on the weekly there. But it's just I've noticed the big cap stocks. You notice it. You're not seeing those around. Let me bring the big boys over. So what you're seeing right now. Now, what I can tell you to keep an eye on, because I've seen this over and over, is these things are not participating the last couple of days. Microsoft's actually going lower. Google's going lower. Netflix is going lower. So what I would keep an eye on is when the market starts selling off and the spies start getting hit. Keep an eye on these. I've seen this. The money may start flowing into some of these big boys, these big techs again, because they really haven't been participating at all in this move. uh, see, stupid questions. Split. No, there's no stupid questions, Peter. No stupid questions. We were all new or had stupid questions at one point. Splits and reverse stock splits cannot happen inside. Correct. Correct. That will always be announced after hours, typically, and then well, I mean, typically versus pre-market. It's shot is losing steam. Well, it lost some steam the last few days, but my hope is it will regain that momentum to the upside. There's nothing here in the chart. That's why I'm not taking a huge position right now. I'm just nibbling in. It held. This will be my stop if it breaks down, below that 330. So yeah, there's nothing really that compelling about this chart right now, but I'm one that know there's been great momentum in this thing, so I'm just kind of nibbling in. That way, if it does break out, boom, I'm adding to my position. It could be a huge trade. But for right now, no, it's not it's a small position. Hi, Iris. How are you doing? And the SPY looks like they're taking another leg up there. And that's on highs. Take a look at some more China stocks. The See if anything else is compelling. Yum, I was in that yesterday, but took a small profit. It just can't get going. You got to wait for it to clear this 730 level. Bottle Momo is really difficult to trade. Notice it came through berries. I did buy a tiny bit. Forgot to add it. I do that sometimes, guys. I just get busy over here and I forget to add it. But just tiny bit to keep on the radar. That Momo. Let's put that shot up above that 5-day moving average. That could be a nice break for it if it get above there. But no volume today. I'm not expecting a whole lot out of this one. I'm very upset about this QS. I was in that. It's a nice little break in this one. Maybe watch this one. A very nice break above that 730 level, 200. But maybe I'll look for a pullback. Boy, that open. What a nice move. I wouldn't mind seeing this thing pull back before it goes. Let's see what that wow was on berries. Unusual option. All right. Even rum getting a little bounce. I am in this mind med. I'm gonna pull this alert up there. Yeah, yes, it's easy for now, Peter, but I'm I'm expecting it to probably get hard again. It's funny seeing the yeah, the move we've had and not seeing these big boy tech stocks doing anything. Now this path, I really wanted to hold this breakout high. So I really do not want it to fall back into this range. Hey KR, hi Andy. I close all my trades daily. You swing trade. Do you get stopped out in the 15-minute candles or the watch daily? Yeah, I watch the daily. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing about if you're a swing trader versus a day trader. I sometimes, tough for me because I was a day trader for 17 years, and it's tough not to get caught up, in the price action and the intraday and think, oh, here comes the sellers. You see it, but and so I'm not gonna lie to you. Sometimes I do, especially if I'm like, you know, have some nice profits. Like Path, I was tempted to bang out half of my Path today just because it opened up and it sold off, and I told myself, no, as long as it holds, this range, this top of this range right here, I want to stay in this trade because this could be just now getting started. As you see in the position and lifetime range, it's still in the lower 20%. So this could be, you know, well, let's just put on the weekly here and take a look. There's too many times that, yeah, I mean, look at the weekly. This thing could go to 32 easy, 31.67. So I've too many times in my life I've taken profits just to take profits, and uh, that could you could leave a lot on the table. Now, this is one that I added on a pullback a few days ago. So if I get a nice run in, yeah, I might bang out half my position, but I'm going to try to let it work for me as long as I can, as long as the market's cooperating. Well, a 10% move, could put that uh, uh, could put my daily chart in jeopardy. Okay, so let's take example this shot. All right, so I just told you, my out would be, let me put it this the low of this bar, the 30 below that 330. So I'm not saying if all of a sudden this thing fell out of bed and came down here and broke that 330, yeah, there's a very good chance I would get out. I like to wait for the candle to close. Uh, but no, no, there's cases where if I hit my stop area during midday, I will definitely punch out for sure. Not always, especially if it's a kind of a slow mover and it still looks good, on the daily. But if it breaks a key level for me, and the chart is no longer holding up according to, my entry and where I got in, yeah, I will definitely bang it out during midday. Go Neo. But good question. Good question because yeah, it's tough sometimes. And because I'm more what I call a swing scalper, where I look for a setup and I may ride it for, 2 or 3 days and get the meat of the move. I'm always taking some off. Uh like that toast. I did take a third of my position off in that toast today. TOST. Because it kind of reached my target. It filled this gap right here. You had a gap fill this morning, and then I think I took half of it off when it broke yeah, when it broke 7. I'm sorry, a third off. Yeah, my swing trade watcher. This is what I do each morning is I go through uh a lot of my scans. I spend about 45 minutes to an hour. You're welcome, KR. I spend about 45 minutes to an hour, and I'm looking for setups. Okay, and so I'm not looking to chase overextended stocks. I'm looking for setups like this QS that I missed this morning right out of the gate. Okay, I just like the way it was setting up on the daily, especially after that bar yesterday. And then, of course, you got the gap and go, and I was focusing on my positions. It just happened too quickly this morning. Uh, Toast. I've been speaking about this one a few times in my webinar. Just like the way it was trying to break through this 1560 level. Try to think what I talked about this morning. Let's see, Upwink. I talked about Upwink, even though it's having a hard time, but I like the way this had this range here, but it's very, very nasty trading stock. But I thought if it broke through that range, that would be a good entry. And of course, I talked about Amazon just because I like the way it was setting up. But like I said, the big boys are not participating today. What else did I like today? I think I talked about this Neo. Let's see. Yeah, I did. I think I talked about this Neo this morning. NEO. Maybe VIPs. I think I did talk about a few China stocks. I think But anyway, I will, and then what I do is I'll go through like all my scans, and then I will enter them into what's called uh, a symbol list, a global symbol list, which means what global means everybody has access to it. Okay, so you have access to the symbol list, and where you find it is in the trader's eye. So if you come over here and you launch new, and I usually put these in about 30 minutes before the bell, and then I will do a video and I give it to Shante, and she usually gets it up, I think around market open time. But if you come down and you launch a dock channel bar, okay, you will see the trader's eye, TI trader eye, and you can come in here and you'll see all these uh, stocks, listed in a race and also in a, I think this is a top list. Yeah, it's a T window. Should be coming up here pretty soon. So you can come in here 30 minutes before the bell. Sometimes I may be 5 or 10 minutes later than that, but definitely, plenty of time before the bell goes off. You can come in here and see, the stocks. And the nice thing about these is, like I said, they're all pretty good, setups. Now it's it's been tough. Today was tough because the market has moved so much, so I like it better. Maybe we've had a little pullback in the market and these things are setting up, and I don't know why this top list isn't launching. I'll have to tell them about that. Show tree map. I had it on show tree map. It wasn't working. So anyway, so you can get this. And you can run a race in the morning because I do a video and I'll put about 4 or 5 stocks in there that I really really like. But let's face it, some you know how it is. You have a game plan, and then the ones that you didn't think were going to run take off. So it's nice to run a race in the morning if you want to take a look at this. But there's been some great calls. I play a lot of them. Yeah, I obviously play a lot of them. And that toast is bleeding off here a little bit. So there you have it. If you're, and these are set up for swing trades. So I guess you could use them for day trading as well. But my idea is swing trading. And if the market's not uh, compatible to swing trades, I'll usually include that in my video. Be careful here, and then sometimes I'll highlight some stocks that may be pulling back. Where you can catch them on a pullback. I need to do more of that when the tape gets red on me. This is shaping up to be a doji day. I mean, typically when you have, I'm surprised we had the move that we've had, but typically when you've had a big move uh, like this, it's very, very common to have a doji day or a spinning top day where, you kind of get even a battle between the bulls and bears, and they fight it out. And then, what happens after this day can be very important. Are we going to continue to go to highs, maybe take out all the time highs, or is that going to signify that the market is tired, sellers are coming in, and we could take out that low and have maybe a 2 or 3 day pullback. So time will tell, but uh, especially when you're kind of at the top of a range like this, that could definitely signify. So if you have been long some stocks and you do see that setup, and the next day opens up and you see it crashing below that low, could be time to take some profits depending on your time frame. Me, yeah, I would definitely be looking to take some profits. And as I say that, we'll probably rip the highs here. No, no, it's not on. Well, I take that back. It's not on the TI website. We do put it on our YouTube page. It's on our YouTube page, but the first place it's going to be is on our Twitter page. And if you go to Twitter, you'll see, uh, and you can copy this down if you want to. It's the Trader Ideas TV. Okay, so there is your at Trade Ideas LLC, and there you have it. Now it looks like she may have gotten this out kind of late. I could probably start putting these on there. That's what I'm gonna do. She's busy in the morning. Let's see if I'm gonna get this log in and start putting that in there because I could just drop it in there in pre-market. So that's going to be your quickest place to see it. All right, and then uh, then of course it'll be on our YouTube page probably later in the day. But you keep in the back of your mind, these are swing trades. So even if you don't, catch the opening moves, sometimes you can still catch a little pullback. Like see this Neo go back to highs, be kind of nice. It's a big level right there in that Lee. I'm probably gonna, like I said, I nibbled a little bit this morning, but I'm probably going to. It takes out that price alert. Probably add some more in that one. It's battling that 10 period moving average. Let's see how much XPEB is up over here. And not much. Same looking chart. These China stocks are nasty, but you can get some. Like I kind of got my eye on this one right here. I mean, it's beat. I'm not afraid to take things like this. You can see I have a price alert in that one. So if I do get a bar reversal, uh, totally beaten up, but sitting on some support here in this MNSO. So if you look at the long-term picture of this, it's not that bad. It's actually probably outperforming some of the other ones, but beaten up could be a good mover if it takes out highs. But nibbled a little bit just because basically right here when it bounced to keep it on my Yeah, you guys know that I'm not afraid to bottom fish a little bit. But you have to be very disciplined when you bottom fish. You gotta get out when you're wrong. All right, let's take a look around. I bet you that Microsoft's probably a buy here. These things ain't gonna start crashing with the market up at these levels. There is no max, Tim. I mean, I'm thin. I'm thin right now. Uh, I tell you what happened is I thinned out a lot, and I kicking myself too. Uh, the Fed days I don't care for, and typically I may have 15, 16 positions, and we had a nice move going into Fed day, and I'm like, I'm taking some profits. I'm taking some stuff off, and that was kind of a. I'm not going to kick myself because I had some nice profits, but I don't like to be real thick. A lot of trades during Fed day. Tell you what, may have to add to this PLTR if it keeps. But need some volume though. Yeah, I got to wait for it to go to highs. I can't add just to speculate. Yes, Marius, TI is a nice tool to have when you're scalping. That's for sure. Nice move in Tesla. But Tim, getting back to your question, uh, I would prefer. Well, it depends on the market, but when the market's like it is right now, I'd prefer to have a lot of positions and not be too heavy in one stock. In that way, you can kind of give yourself a little wiggle room. It's easier to manage in the morning. I mean, these mornings, gosh, I mean, sometimes I tell myself, why don't you just get out in the close? Because you can pick up all these things on the drive down in the morning. They have so many drive downs in these stocks. I mean, PLTR, when was it? Yesterday, I think it was. No, it wasn't PLTR. It was Path. I mean, look at that. Look at that move yesterday. I mean, there it is. You can just see, just drive down, just probably just took out so many longs probably in that move. So a lot of times I tell myself, man, just sell it and then just bid it the next morning because they're going to try to drive everybody out. Toast. I've already sold a third of that today, so I'm not going to sweat. Not going to sweat the rest. All right, got about 20 minutes left. Take a look at the relative strength charge point. These battery makers having a good one. Plug trying to go to highs there. Man, look at that INOQ. Great day there for that one. Yeah, I'm thinking this one's going to go. It's definitely lagging the others. You got INOQ up 10%. You got AI almost up 10%. I'll be surprised if this doesn't get going. It's PLTR. Needs to break that downtrend. I'm always watching trends. Trend lines are very, very important. Sometimes more important to me than support and resistance. Uh, well, because a lot of people don't look at them, and to me, I know like a lot of algos, do, and a lot of hedge fund managers, and to me, I don't know, it just especially like stocks where uh, they break it to the downside. I've seen so many times, if I'm in a stock and that trend line breaks to the downside, it's typically, it's gonna sell off for a while, till it can reestablish and maybe start working on a new trend. So it's just another important indicator, not so much an indicator, but another important. Uh, what's the word I'm looking? Very similar to support and resistance. In other words, uh, if you're breaking through a ton of support, I'm trying to think of an example today where stock, well, that QS was probably a good example today, just gapping right there, just gapping above that huge support that I pointed out to you earlier, and just boom, just gap and go. Well, trend lines can act very much in the same way. You have an important trend that's being broken. So yes, I always like when the trend lines do get broken. And I know a lot of astute traders that do focus on those trends. It's kind of like a stock when you look at a stock that's been channeling in a trend, and you watch it if it breaks to the upside or breaks to the downside. I can't think of one off the top of my head, but it's usually a considerable daily move after that when they do break them. See if I can find another. Well, here's one right here to the downside. Let me pull this out. So you kind of had a nice trend right here. Oh, I didn't hit it. So you kind of had a nice trend moving up right here. And then look what happened when it broke that trend to the downside. You know, pretty decent move. And you can find that over and over in stocks. But that being said, there it's you know, a lot of people would be shorting right here because it's at the top of this trend. And if we were in a different market right now, maybe I would be pointing this out. Hey, this is maybe uh, a good short. But with the market the way it is, and a couple of these AI stocks really ripping today, I think I would rather potentially play this for a break to the upside. But it could be wrong. Any thoughts on CCC? Yeah, we were looking at that earlier. Obviously, this is a momentum trade, and yeah, nothing right now. These momentum trades, once they break this 10-period moving average, you can see right here, right when it finally broke that 10-period moving average. Look how it broke for the next consecutive bars there. So now you got your 10-period moving average rolling under. This one looks very tired to me. I personally would not be, looking for a long. If it was back in my day trading days, I'd probably be shorting. But uh, yeah, three, up days like that, uh, I, it's hard for me to get excited about a potential bounce. That doesn't mean it can't, but the momentum has kind of fizzled out in that thing for now. What time frames do you think more funds that day trade use on average? I think 15-minute time frame is very common. Now there are a lot of people that, you know, micro scalp, if you will, and they like to use 1 minute and 5 minute, and 2 minutes and things, 3 minutes, or all the lower ranges are for micro scalping. Me, I was never really a you know micro scalper. I was looking more. Well, I can't say that. There were times, yeah, when I was pounding out, you know, 15, 20 cents here and there. But the latter years of my day trading years, I was looking for, longer moves. And so I would say 15 minutes and below, whatever, 5 minute, 15 is probably the most common, and 5 minute. And then, of course, your, 1 and 2 minute, 3 minute charts. Just too much noise for me. Once we had the infiltration of high frequency trading into the market around 2007, uh, those time frames were just a mess. And it's like, gosh, that's when I went to more of a style of smaller size, 15-minute chart, hold longer, because the shorter time frames is just a playground for the high frequency traders. Shot dancing around up here, still at highs. One thing I like about this, I call them pissants. I don't play a whole lot of pissants, but one thing I do like about shot is when I see, like, cash. They actually have cash that is more than their debt. If these, unless something has happened in the last few days, and they have revenues, and they actually have a product that's selling, and it's not just on the come. So looks like it's trying to go to highs and maybe get through that 5-day moving average, which would be a plus. And there is my alert. Once again, most traders wouldn't touch this, and this is why I'm staying in small size, because there's nothing on that chart that is really bullish at this point. But I'm hoping that will change. You're welcome, Javier. And shots on the relative strength from open. Interesting. A huge volume bar today, even though it hadn't even done a million shares. The real. Man, what a move. Gosh. Amazon, that's pathetic. All right. Got about 7 more minutes. Hopefully Barry's enjoying his hour off there. AYX. What was that? Look at that nasty move. Good Lord. That's real volume. So that was a real move there. There's VIPs. And there's my path alert to the downside, which I did not want it to break. That was quick too. Dropped 50 cents in about 15 minutes. All right. Seeing some stuff sell off here. Hey, Barry, I hear the clickety click or something.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Well, yeah, I'm looking at that big red bar in the SPY.
Yeah.
That's a big red bar.
Yeah, I'm kind of watching here. I may have to
Getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Yeah.
I got some nice profits in this path. I wanted it to stay out of this, range. And so yeah, when they break out like that, I always want them to not fall right back into it. But this one I've been
Where
in.
did you get into path?
Oh gosh, remember this is the one I held in earnings. I've been in from about 1853.
Oh, nice.
And then I bought some more on this bar reversal right here.
That's right.
Yeah, remember
You
path?
took the
Yeah.
chance that it was going to do okay, and you held it through earnings.
Yes.
Yeah.
That worked out good. Asan didn't work out too good.
No.
but luckily I was able to get out pretty quick in
Right.
after hours. Yeah. So
right. No, path has actually been pretty darn good since earnings. It's kind of held its own.
Yeah,
Shot down
yeah.
a little bit, but not bad.
No,
Certainly not bad.
But I will gauge. I'll gauge it here and see. I'll probably see how it closes. If it closes back in the range, I may pound a little bit off more. But yeah, but I'm focusing on some China stocks lately. So
really, China?
Yeah, it's been a while. It has been a while. But today,
take a look at K-Web. Oh yeah, K-Web's
yeah,
up
you
a
can
little
see,
bit,
yeah,
and kind of coming out of
yeah,
that 4 or 5 days of just chopping around, making a little
exactly,
move. Yeah,
exactly.
okay,
Nothing to write home about. But
right.
bought a few. Nothing big size, but just nibbling.
You still have your LI?
You know what? I just bought a little bit this morning. I have not touched this until today, and I just bought a little.
Which is is it XPath? Which is the one that I thought you owned forever?
Well,
Or is it IO?
this has been my biggest probably winner during the year right back over here. I killed it, but and then of course I've traded a little bit here, but once it broke this 20, I haven't been in since it broke this 20 right here.
Oh, I
think I
see.
got it. Yeah.
I misunderstood you. I thought you said you'd never had it.
Oh,
And
no,
yeah, no, I
gosh,
remember you
no.
talking about it all the
Oh,
time.
yeah.
Yeah. Well
And I
done.
nibbled enough just to kind of. It's not on my blotter here, but because I just nibbled enough, just keep an eye on it. Yeah, so I do that sometimes. We'll just take a real small position just to have it on my blotter, and if I get loaded up, I'll add it. It's in other words, I don't need to watch it right now. Is what I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, Andy.
All
Well,
right,
listen,
buddy. Well,
thanks. Now, does that mean you tomorrow or will Steve? I understand
yeah,
Steve
Steve will.
may.
Yeah, Steve, unless he has to do something, is busy. It'll probably be
Yeah.
Steve tomorrow. Yep.
Okay.
All right,
Okay,
Barry.
my friend.
Have a
Again,
good one, buddy.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
We'll see you next week.
All right. Bye-bye, man.
All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms. Only thing I've got to do is get my music going. Okay, so a little encapsulation of what I was doing while I was on my break. I actually ended up taking some of that Mac. I saw it. I'm out of it now. I think the market is definitely going to affect some of these stocks now, especially like a Mac. Not so much these little crazy ones, but I think the Mac got affected, and I took a small loss on the CMTG. That I was in a very small gain position on the CMTG. That one showed up at 1447 on the option scan on the combo scanner, and I took some right at 1448. I'm pretty excited. It was going up to 1450, 60, and I turned my head a second and it dropped. So small loss on that one, and and a small gain on the Mac. So at this point, I'm in nothing. And look at the market. Yeah, some things I don't know if just extreme profit taking or is something actually 1 o'clock, right? So William, is this some kind of a bond treasury? It's at 1 o'clock. Is that something happening with that? Auctions, whatever you call them? Okay. Well, something hit at 1 o'clock, no question. I mean, I didn't see any Fed speakers today that were on any list that they were talking, that they were supposed to be talking. So I see Real has been talking about EXC. Well, got right into where I thought I had been watching it earlier, maybe a bounce area. What did I get it down to? Got down to 38.36. And the next low is 38.21. So very close to that low. And that, this little area right over here on the daily chart, a lot of lows in that area. That's kind of where it got to. And then it bounced a bit. All right, guys. Well, I doubt if we're going to get anything in the combo scanner going forward. And you know what? This GOTU is doing almost exactly what it did yesterday. Kept waiting for a break down here, never happened. I'm sorry, here, it never happened. And then, of course, we wake up this morning and it's gapped. I keep waiting for a break here. It may not happen. We may wake up tomorrow and another gap. Of course, I'm not absolutely not saying that's going to happen, but meanwhile, IMAX for some reason. Oh, not IMAX. Sorry. IMIX, IMMX, not IMAX. Having a big day. Don't know if there's any announces. 100% overall response rate months, 23.7 months, best response, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. So that was the news for them. It's funny. Yeah, that had to happen. Actually, that was yesterday's news. Actually, that was the 11th. Sorry, guys. That was on the 11th. No great reaction. So I don't know if there's some new news today on it, or it's people finally digesting the news from 3 days ago. I don't see any new news on it. Not an option trader, so it doesn't trade options, so it's not going to show up here. Well, something happened at 1 o'clock, that magic 1 o'clock. I don't know what it was, but something happened. Because this came out of nowhere. This is after the market actually put in an hour and 15 up, actually about an hour and a half up. Then all of a sudden something happened. And of course, the reason we look at something like this, if you're in a stock that kind of follows the market, then you've either been stopped out or you haven't been paying attention. Depending where your stop is, of course, but that would probably ruin a lot of long trades that kind of follow the market. Hmm. This is actually an earnings play, guys. MWA, I know these guys. Well, I've heard of them. MWA, this is an earnings play, but kind of with the market, it's starting to drop. Yeah, well, this is following the market also, EXC. And yeah, well, yeah, you're right. I mean, there is a huge volume bar right there, over 4 million shares, 4.4 million share, 4.44 million shares right here at 12:45 candle. I'm sorry. This is 12:45. I'm ahead of myself. I thought this was the 1 o'clock candle. So this is a 12:45 15-minute candle. There's the 1 o'clock. I'm sorry. I thought this was I was ahead of myself. I thought that was the 1 o'clock candle. See if there have been shorts covering at no shorts still at Interactive Brokers. They have not been covered yet. Not all of them anyway. I can only speak for Interactive Brokers, of course. Okay, they had 46,000, I think, earlier today, and there's still none have, in theory, none have been covered. None are showing up right now. Guys, I might have to take another look. I'm out of the Mac, but I might have to take another look at it. It's really not being affected that much by the market, and I think it had room to about 1640. Yeah. So the next high in the monthly chart is 1667. Now look at Alcoa go. Alcoa is completely opposite right now. I saw FCX also moving higher, not being affected by the market at all. And that is Alcoa. I see that View was halted before, resumed, on the way down. Yeah, this how did that FRGT do after the big, huge move? I think it's something to do with Amazon. Look at that, $1.40 back down to 73, basically cut in half. But I see what you're looking at, draw. Neither FCX market not market is not bothering either of those two. Boy, that it's just continuing down. I wish I'd seen that one a little earlier. I was on my break though. The big move at 12:30. Yeah, I'm a little surprised. You see, what happened there would be about the 10-day low. because we do get some short opportunities. It's a relative volume. It's only 4.3, only 4.3. That's the reason. Okay, guys, CMTG is back. So it's not really been affected too much by the market. CMTG, I'd have to have another go at it. Okay, a lot of shares available, Interactive Brokers. So it spiked up to that 50 level. 1.7 million available at Interactive Brokers to short. Market continues to sell off a bit here. Okay, guys, I'm going to do a video now. So time is it 1:17? So back around 1:17. Sorry, 1:27. Hey, guys, putting myself on mute now. Back. All right. 12:14. So there's still about 4 or 5 days for this. So I just want to show you the portfolio challenge again. It's open to everybody. It will cost $7.77 to do the challenge, unless you are a premium subscriber. Premium subscribers, you can do this for free. Okay, and this is what it's all about. Oops. $2,200 grand prize. That's an Amazon gift card. Sorry, 777. I said 777. It's actually savings 7 cents. Sign up for $7.07. You're going to be competing against others, and it starts 4 a.m. Eastern time Tuesday until the close on Thursday, December 21st. So that's basically 3 days. Okay, and again, it'll cost you $7.70. Take the challenge. If you are a premium subscriber, though, it is free. Okay. So just follow the instructions if you sign up. Thank you, William. Okay, so William says he will keep the room open until 4:15 today. I usually take off at about around 3, a little after 3. So William will keep the room open until now the main room, not YouTube. YouTube will be shut down, but I will post the link to get into the main room. So the market's continuing down. We're almost 45 minutes straight down. One giant red candle, medium size, a little smaller. So this is basically a little disconnect. Okay, so the Dow's down, Nas is down a little, Dow is up a little, SPY is basically flat. All right, guys, give me a moment. I will be right back. And I can see that Pfizer is taking another nosedive here. PFE showing up in the option scanner, not showing up in the, yeah, the relative volume is too low, so it's not, that's why it's not showing up in the breakdown, the 10-day daily breakdown. And in fact, there'd be another reason. It would have to be below yesterday's low too. So just no stocks really showing up in the combo scanner to short. Not today anyway. So guys, are there any questions? Good time to ask questions. I think I'm not really doing too much right now. Have any questions about what you're seeing? Some of the scans I've created, about trade ideas in general. Good time to ask now. Wow, there are a lot of shorts now at Interactive Brokers for quadruple C, 138,000. So there's been a lot of short covering, I guess. When I looked, what, 15 minutes ago, there were none available. So 137,000 have appeared now. Not that I want to short it right now, but it's holding nicely, guys, is this MAC. I mean, if the market can stop going down, doesn't have to be ripping higher, but maybe stop this little descent. This MAC, which has been really not affected by the market, you can see what's happening. It really has not done anything remotely like that. It's just kind of hanging in. And of course, I mentioned this because this did show up. I think it was 1585. Was it 1585 or so in the option activity scan? At the combo scan. Again, because I had to do a reboot. I don't see. I could do a history. Just don't want to. But I think I'm pretty sure it was around 1585 that it showed up. And I took this one, made a little bit on it. Nothing great. I thought it was going to be more affected by the market, to be honest. Moderna is, I think it's approaching the low now of the day. 85.24 is the low of the day right there. And so it's approaching it. This looked really good actually at one point. Looked like a bounce. I think I mentioned it here. This might look like a good bounce. But then this started, and then that's the no, this was moving down on its own before these red bars. Ha! Well, I might not have been excited, Denver, because I was having some complications. I think I was more frustrated than anything. No, the my combo scanner was awesome today. Our combo scanner was awesome today. Oh, you're welcome. Let's see what real is talking about. So what are you talking about? What are you talking about here? So it says history signals in the money. I do get that. So these are this is it from today. So the Nova ran from 1351 over 14. The NYC, the NYCB I mentioned right at that time is that it had a high very close. I would not want that one. The CCC, I mean, that just went crazy from 603 all the way up to 8 something. Caesar were the same thing, looking at the 5047, and it looked to me like there was too much resistance right around 51, so I passed on that. The STTK, man. Well, the MAC, oh, there it is. There's the MAC. So yeah, nothing incredible, but 1584, and it got up to 1618. But this one from yesterday, and it finally the STTK 543 was the alert. 543 was the alert. Got up to 751. This is another one that was right at some resistance. Redfin. Yeah, so I mean, and then the T pick. I think there was an alert earlier for it. There's 329. Well, I think there was an alert earlier, T pick 325, and it got up to what, 395. So yeah, so I mean, just huge moves, huge moves. I don't know if you're trolling, Marvin. I lost money in all of them. How would that be possible? Unless you got in right at the high. That would never be the way to do it. So what is the big problem then? I know it said history and all that, but that showed me the history, and so it had another name. So what was the big issue? Maybe I'm maybe I'm not understanding. Well, you said when you're doing a history on an alert window, so I just did one, and yeah, it says history, something like signals in the money, but it gave me everything I wanted, and it had that name on top. Oh, Javier, Javier. Oh, I see. So if you're doing histories of multiple alert windows, oh, I see. Okay, I got you. Now I understand. Just something I've never done. I rarely do a history. I usually just do a history just to demonstrate that you can do a history. But I've rarely. I can't remember even when I was maybe doing more history than usual, having history of multiple alert windows side by side. But I can see how that could be confusing. Yeah. Well, they all will bounce at some point, generally. So the question is, do I think EXC will go back up? Depending what you mean by up. How much up? I mean, right now see, bounces, trying to time bounces and trying to time tops, probably the most difficult thing you'll ever do. For me anyway. I mean, I'm just not good at it. I know there's ways maybe with fibs and channels and all that, but I'm just not that good at it. And so I usually don't try to play bounces or tops. But when you say, can it go back up? How much more? How much more? I don't know. The next high is 38.52 on the 15-minute chart. I think what they were trying to do is if you were, I think it's just showing you the ones that would have been profitable. I think, Katie, I think support at trade-ideas.com and voice your displeasure. Okay. Oh, I appreciate that, Javier. Guys, you know what? This CMTG, take another poke at it. I think the reason I liked it, of course, it came in the combo scan, but I think it had some room. I'm a little late. I wanted to get it right here, so I might be a little bit late, but let's take a look on the monthly chart. Yeah, that's right. This is what I saw. So on a monthly chart anyway, it's got some room to 17. No, no, we're not saying it's going to get to 17, of course, but shoot, I wanted to get back in it at around 1451. Just don't know how dynamic it's going to be. Obviously, if it moves 30 or 40 cents, I could get it now, but I just don't know what's going to, obviously. Well, that's different. If it's not working right, then that is different. I thought Chris said that, you're getting the correct results. It's just the naming is confusing. Yeah, that is a little tweak they've done, Jay. Yeah, you're right. And I mean, for all intents and purposes, it's the same, but yeah, oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely, still saves it, absolutely. I cannot go past. In the past, when I would click on exit, believe it or not, it would not, it would actually destroy my link to Interactive Brokers. But you know what? I'll do it anyway, just for you. But yeah, this is what you're talking about, exit. And then it says, would you like to open this workspace? Yes, it absolutely saves it. That's what it's doing. It's saving it. So you say yes. And then when you open Trade Ideas tomorrow, it'll all be there exactly where you want it to be. Now oh, you idiot. I just did something so stupid. I'm tired. Okay. Yeah. Thanks for the tutorial. I just did something really dumb. I should be okay. I'm actually feeling a little tired, guys. I have to admit. And I think I'm okay. Well, sort of. All it's doing is remembering the last time I saved something, though, and that, I think that's all it's doing. Remembering the last time I saved what that's what it's looking at. Yeah, don't do that. All right, you know what? You're right. I'll ask, see if one of the other guys knows what that exactly means. Okay, what is the exact definition? Just for you, Shady? Okay, I've asked some of the other traders, see if they know. Exactly. So that's what happened. When I click no, it just will load the last saved layout that I did, which was, basically this layout. So that's why it wasn't a disaster. Okay, so Chris is saying for alert windows, okay. It's a on the next build, it will go back to normal. Okay. I'm just Chris is saying for alert windows, it was a misnaming that will be corrected on our next build. Okay. So as far as I know, it's exactly the same functionality. It's just so in other words, it'll just say history. It won't say signals on the money on the next build. Okay. So there's really nothing that's changed other than this. And when real is saying is that if you open multiple windows, multiple alert windows, and you want to run histories on multiple at the same time, then it's not naming the window for you. So you don't know what window you're looking at, I guess. But I guess on the next build, that will be corrected. Okay. So you don't have to email. Wow. Well, guys, yeah, this is another giant red bar here. There will be, yep, there will be a Poe. What we 12 14, yeah, well, we're December 14th now. Oh yeah, I'm sure that next week I'll probably have some promo codes for Christmas, holiday, however you see the next little while. Nobody. I will say Merry Christmas. I will say Happy Holidays. I will say Happy Hanukkah. I will say everything. Okay. No Festivus. No, that's too much of a joke. Guys, I believe it or not, I'm still kind of holding out that Mac might, if the market stops going down, doesn't have to be ripping higher, but I'm still holding out that maybe Mac can hold the 16 and move from it. I don't know. Yeah, happy everything. How's that? That's a good one. Happy all. Boy, Moderna keeps moving down, down, down. Yeah, I'm glad I did not get into the CMTG. It looked decent, but I just think this market is just too. The Mac is holding though. That's why I'm more intrigued looking at the Mac. Happiness for all. How's that? Happiness for all. Well, I'm glad it sounds very Canadian because that's what I am. Very Canadian and proud of it. That's a little too much Dickens though, draw. Yeah. Well, it's still not available. Let me check Amazon right now to see if that shot is available. I'm going to buy it. If it's available, I'm going to buy it just for fun. I mean, they don't think it's going to work, but I don't care. I just want to buy it if it's available. What's it called again? Part reindeer safety shot. There we go. All right, let's see if it's available. Still not available for me on Amazon. Sold out until 12/26. Well, at least it's well, if it's available for New Year's Eve. Oh yeah. Hmm. Look at Mac, guys. Look at, I mean, just keep an eye on Mac. I mean, it's got that look. I mean, it's held, and market is now at least there's a bottoming tail there, and this is going to close in 15 seconds. So maybe the buyers are stepping in a little bit. We'll have to see what happens on this next candle, which begins right now. So let's see what happens. Will we get a little bit of green, or are we just going to continue down? Ah, you know what? You know another one that worked out nicely. Well, I shouldn't say that. JBI, I think we had the alert right around here around 11, well, I want to say 11:34 or so. I mean, it's not bad. Again, what I'm talking about, and this is not the original alert. It was earlier than this. Remember, I had to do a reboot of trade ideas. So this is not the original alert. I think was it 11, somebody who's gone, was it 11:30 something? That's the JBI. This wasn't that one that was halted earlier, wasn't it? RPHM. Okay, guys. Well, look at this JBI. Can somebody please? I mean, I could do a history. I just don't want to. Can somebody tell me what price JBI was alerted at in the in this scan here? If you don't mind. I thought it was around 11:30 something. I may be wrong, but 11:34. Thank you. That's what I thought. So not bad. I mean, Mac. Now, somebody in, I don't know if you're still around. excuse me, in the YouTube room. Finley, I don't know if you're still around, but your insinuation was that any bullish scan would work because the market's been, positive for a long time. Not exactly. I could take these ones, you know, any one of these ones, any one of these on their own. The beauty of this is capturing a couple of key elements: extraordinary option volume and a extraordinary volume when a stock breaks a 10-day high or low, not getting anything on the low side. So I mean that's what it's doing. And is every single alert you're going to get fabulous? Of course not. Well, we're already doing that. You can move it to six, Poe. You can move it to six. You know how to do that easily. We've got this one up and running. Very few. There's not much of a difference, between 8 relative volume and 6 relative volume. There might be maybe one or two. So I'm looking at both of these. Yeah, right. Grumpy. So I mean, if you wanted to reduce this one to 6, okay, you just right click, and the easy way to do it, right click, configure all. Both will be checked. Click the edit selected, and then there's a relative volume of 8. If you want to make it 6, I mean, you can do it. But as Pepe is saying, it's not really. Now, Real has a he's listen, guys. I sort of jokingly said yesterday, crowdsourcing. Okay, these filters. I mean, there's nothing magical about them. I haven't back tested. I haven't done anything. I put this together a long, long time ago. But the more people that take a look at a strategy like this, alert, play around with it. And if you start to see some alerts coming in that are looking reasonable, share the cloud link with us. I think Real up the max volume. I've got it at 60, but you want to put it at 100. So let's take a look at what Real did. But what I don't want to get overwhelmed with alerts. That's the whole idea of it. Cliche, but quality over quantity. So let's see what Real did. Okay, so you moved it to 80. You dropped the relative volume to 4. You dropped the volume from 500 to 300, right? I think it's 500. 500 contracts is the same. 150% of normal is the same. You moved it from 40 cents to 30 cents. Is that correct? Does that sort of ring a bell? Yeah, so let's do it. Okay, see what happens. Yeah, I don't mind a higher price range in something like this either. And let's just see what the difference is. We thought of that. We sort of tossed that around yesterday, Pepe and I, to reduce it from, or do we even need it at all? The fact that it has to be up at least 40 cents from the open. I don't know. I mean, I just don't know. So somebody might want to take this and just get rid of that. Maybe it doesn't matter. Well, yeah, obviously we'll get more. Certainly you've increased the price range. You've dropped the volume. So, but more is. But if they're quality mores, great. So I'm going to, I'll save this and I've got this one. I've got this one. Maybe in fact, I'll make a multi-strategy or a doc and just put them all in there. All right, guys. See, what time is it now? 2:09. Not really seeing anything in this one. Count the 5 day. Well, that's another thing we did. We said, okay, why don't we? There's nothing magical about a 10 day break. 10 day break. In other words, has to be above the high of the last 10 days. What if it was only the high of the last 5 days? I don't know, but I haven't really seen anything that much different. Didn't you say with relative volume of 2, it didn't produce that well, or so there it is, relative volume of 2, 5 days, 6, 5 days, 2, okay, so 2 for 10 days, 2 for 5 days, 6 for 5 days, and then this is 10 days, 6 for 10 days. Okay? And I'm sure we're confusing the heck out of everybody. But, look at this JBI, guys. I mean, this is late blooming, but I mean, it's not like the market is helping it at all. 11:37 to 11:59. I mean, that's not bad. And this is why I'm saying use it like a watch list. Again, because they rebooted, you're not seeing all the ones that came in here, but you can use it like a watch list. I think JBI at the beginning did nothing. If the alert was at 11:37, let's take a look at where 11:37 was. Yeah, look at this. I mean, the alert would have been right about here. Popped up a little bit, maybe came back down to 11:31. Really did nothing. So you could have reset the alert at 11:37, right about here, and then up to you if you're going to take the trade or not. But using it like a watch list all day gives you a very finite group of stocks to watch. So PNR as an example, let's take a look at PNR. Two days could work. I have my gut is that it should be a minimum of 5. They want to see something that's really breaking out on high relative. Well, who knows? Maybe you don't need the high relative volume. But without confusing people, if you just use this, the one that I got on my homepage, if you just use this, you know, I think that you'll probably, that's probably good enough. And you'll only get a few alerts. Well, and again, we can try it. A 2-day high, maybe, I don't know. I really, some might look at a 10-day break as too extended. I don't know. Or a 5-day, maybe a 2-day is better. I just don't know. All right, guys. Yeah, mind MNMD. Choppy day, had a big pop in the pre-market, up to 464, all the way back down to 297. Announces two positive results in trial of LSD as a treatment for generalized anxiety disorder. Generalized. Well, that's something. And that can help you, Poe. Yeah. I mean, I would not have this up and running. The only reason I've said this before, the only reason I have this up and running is because, on a day like today, we had a lot of activity in this one. Okay. We had about probably 8 or 10, which is a lot. Some days we may only get two. So in order to keep a room going, I have to have other stuff to talk about. So, that's why I have this Momo up so we can talk about other things that are moving. But I'll tell you, if I weren't doing this, if I were just trading my own, this is all I would use this and maybe a couple of the variables of them, and that's it. I would just wait for the alerts to happen. And on a day in which maybe not getting too many alerts, that should be telling me something. Maybe overall it would be a kind of a tough day to trade anyway. And again, Paul, remember when you get the alert, look left. Okay, look left. See where the next high is. Okay, either on the daily or the weekly, and you have to go to a monthly just to see where the next high is. You don't want to take something, in my opinion, anyway, something close to the next high. And obviously things like, more than likely, I haven't seen any of them near the 200-day moving average. But make sure you know where the 200-day moving average is also. You don't want to take it if it's just above it. So here's a GKOS showing up. GKOS is showing up, but look at this. That's exactly when you don't want to take it. Okay, there's the high 74.80. Now, if it takes out that high, it's got a shot into the wow, that's a lot of room. See, I'd wait to see if it broke. Give me a moment, guys. Guys, the Mac is exactly what I was hoping would happen. Just sort of inching its way up. The key was it was holding when the SPY was doing this, the Mac was just kind of holding, so it had good relative strength compared to what the market was doing. And I have, so much faith in this scan now that I want to pay complete attention to it. Give me a moment, guys. Okay. So, guys, what time is it now? 2:25. So I'm getting set to sign off personally in about half an hour, 3 o'clock. I will say later if there are questions. William said he'll keep the room open, the main room open until 4:15. So for the YouTubers, I'll put the main trading room link in there so you can head over if you still want to discuss the market, stocks, etc. Until 4:15, you can do so. I will go over my homepage one last time. And now I can see a whole bunch of alerts coming in on the variations of the scans of the scan. Whoops. Okay, so on my homepage, this is what you'll find. I'll just click it again, I guess. Promo code. You want to take out a subscription right now? Here's a promo code you can use, Barry15. But I'd probably wait, guys. I'm sure we're going to have at least a 25% next week. Okay, for a month. So hold off. If you're thinking about taking out a subscription, hold off unless you can't wait and you have to see have to have something for tomorrow so you can get my scan. But we'll have it. Well, I think next week I'm just reading some of the stuff that the guys are posting. I don't attend the marketing meetings anymore, and but I asked to see when the promo code will come out, and it'll definitely be next week. Okay. And all I ask is if you do take out a subscription, please use my promo code. This will really, really help to keep the room free. Okay. This is a free room. You don't have to be a subscriber to Trade Ideas, but in order to keep it that way, it will really help if you use my promo code. Then the company knows. Okay, guys, now maybe even the go-to coming in later. Just give me a moment. I keep going through this. If you take out a subscription, you got it. You have to do the get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes to 10 short videos. Okay. Trading 101. If you're brand new to trading, this is free. Really recommend you take a look at this. There's about 38 videos. It's all free. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it. It's free, of course. And the wonderful trade of the week this week that took advantage of yesterday and today's huge move, that was Carvana. It is free. You can sign it when you sign up for it. If you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder and or check your promotions folder if you have Gmail. And then here's the big education section. And here are my scans. And this is the one, guys, right down here. Abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily break combo. I have other scans I'm sharing, but this is the one that I would really, really pay attention to. And you can ask me questions all day long. This is a support room also. It's not just a trading room. Well, of course, it showed up on the 10-day daily breakout. I mean, you're right, it's a 2-day break too. Just happens that and it's working well. But the reason it showed up for me at the beginning was 10-day daily breakout. Well, if I'd had that up and running back here, it's possible it would have showed up here too. You're talking about a 12 break. There's MAC right there. And you can see right there that is certainly a 10-day daily breakout. Now, was the volume, we did not getting the same volume. So it's possible it would not have shown up in the scan. I don't know. Oh my gosh, what are you doing to me here, Pepe? So look at all these alerts. So have you been able to kind of go through them and see whether or not it makes sense to have it like that, or is it still too early? Okay. What I can see happening, on a day in which, don't get too many in the main one, just taking a look at some of the other ones. My I don't think I'll ever get to be green here if you see what I'm pointing at beside the ball. No, I see. So you don't have the okay. So what I want to do on this one, I mean, this GKOS, I don't know where you would have seen it first. But that is it's meeting everything, I think. Yeah, I mean and that's just so what I've actually done is I've actually upped my price range to $80 too. But what I'm going to do with this one is just put the first of all, I want a sound. I know you don't like sounds, but I like sounds. So okay. And then the next step, though, for me is to well, you do have the don't repeat, but Only for a minute. Yeah, I'm gonna put for the day so I can see where it happened the first time. The way I like to do it, but absolutely all about, and that's why we have options. Can you tell me where GKOS alerted you at the beginning? Okay, guys, it is now 2:36, so getting close to the end of my stint in the room. Any questions, please ask. And again, in case you're wondering, this is the way the room is Monday to Friday between 9 p.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern time. The room is actually open. The main room is actually open probably around 7:30, certainly no later than 8. I'm not in it, but you guys can come into the main room and chat amongst yourselves about the different stocks that are moving in the pre-market. I'm doing my pre-market work during that time, and then that's when I get on the mic at around 9. I do not watch level 2, no. I mean, this is my time in sales, okay? So I can see what's going on, but I pay really no attention to it. I'm only looking at the bid ask. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, you see me bring this screen out a lot when something is halted because it'll show the potential of the open. But I don't really pay attention to level 2, and that is not to say that if you can find a way to make level 2 help you in your trading, go for it. I think it used to be a big, big thing. And listen, somebody can contradict me. That's fine. I won't take offense. But too many games played. You see big bids put in, and then they immediately disappear. Big offers disappearing. Too many games like that. So you could really not tell what was true or not. That's my opinion anyway. Now, I think Shady would say, I think, and some others, it might be a little more valuable for the really cheap ones, possible. But I just find it's one thing I just don't have to look at. But again, by all means, if somebody's out there listening to me and saying, "Well, wait a minute, I use level two all the time, and it really helps me," great. Well, cheap stocks, maybe not just penny. It depends what you mean by a penny stock. Penny stock means different things to different people. Under $5 can be a penny stock for some. Under $1 can be a penny stock for some. And there you go. Poe uses level two for scalping, so it works for him. Are you new to trading, James? You're new to trading, right? Scalping is not what you should try to get into, in my opinion. It's really hard. Okay. I mean, depends what you mean by scalping. Are you, buy 10,000 shares of something to make 3 or 4 cents? Really hard. Well, this is kind of the level two. Okay. You see, this is the bid ask. Okay. Or the number of shares on the bid, and this is the number of shares on the ask. Right over here. So the theory would be if you saw a whole bunch of people trying to buy it and hardly anybody trying to sell it, the theory would be is that, well, you better hop onto it because there's hardly anybody wanting to sell it. The theory would be. But if you got into something and all of a sudden, there's hardly anybody seemed interested in buying, but there was a whole bunch on the ask. But again, I find that I just don't even. Jamie uses it though. Jamie absolutely uses it. But he is a scalper and he is looking to, taking like a lot of shares, maybe getting 3 or 4 cents on something. And again, just because I don't use it, that doesn't mean nobody should use it. If you can find a way to use it and make money, fabulous. No, no, no. Every broker will have it soon. Every broker, not soon. I mean, SUNY Toft. Every broker has something like that. Been around for it's as old as dirt, as they say. Okay, and I think in the old days it probably was invaluable, but those are the days before these brokerages could just put a bid in huge and then yank it immediately. So when you think, oh my gosh, I got to get into this thing because look at the enthusiasm. You get in and then they yank it, and you wait a minute, where did that big bid go? I mean, I'm making it very simplistic. Yeah, I don't know what they call it in trading here. What is level 3 anyway? Is that sort of ice cube orders or iceberg? Ice cube. Oh boy, I'm tired. Iceberg orders? Mm. When I started as a subscriber with Trade Ideas in 2010, some of you guys may remember, I think Shady, you'll probably remember, maybe real. I don't know how long you've been a subscriber, but they were all excited. Now, this is maybe a year after I became a subscriber. It was called NASDAQ volatility or something like that. And they were all excited. They, meaning Dan and Brad and those who were running Trade Ideas. And it was all about orders that you couldn't really see. I think they called them iceberg orders that were lurking. And turned out to be just a crock. And it was not Trade Ideas who created it. It was a third party who had sold Trade Ideas the idea of it. I think it was called NASDAQ volatility, something or other. Some of you will remember. Yeah, I mean, it could be the dark pool. That's not what we had called it. Um, I mean, the company was called NASDAQ something or NASDAQ Volatility Index, something like that. And the guys at Trade Ideas met the guy who was running it at a show, and it all seemed extremely good. And we had a filter for it. There were two separate filters for it. And yeah, the idea would be that if you saw something starting to move, you'd be able to see, well, you know what? What we can't see is there's this giant order underneath it. Anyway, it turned out to be a crock. I ran it for a while and I said to the guys, man, this doesn't seem to be giving me anything. There's no follow through whatsoever. And they agreed. And so they stopped the subscription with them. It didn't cost us anything. Well, as a subscriber, it didn't cost any more, but the Trade Ideas was paying for it. Anyway, maybe that's dark pool. I don't know. I know so little of market mechanics and stuff like that. I'm very, very naive when it comes to stuff like that. I don't really concern myself. I know there's somebody out there that is there Stephanie something, not our Stephanie, Stephanie something who is a dark pool guru. There is no best way, James. Okay, the best way to start though is in a simulator. Okay, you've got to practice trading. You've got to. We have a simulator here. There's no best way. Because it depends on your personality. I mean, I'm somebody, I don't mind spending 6 hours a day in front of a computer. I can do that. Some people, would drive them crazy to have to do that. Maybe you can only trade the first hour of the day, depending on maybe you're on the West Coast, you can trade the first hour and then go off to a job. Depends on your account size. There's all sorts of things. There's no, the only best way is to have some kind of money management. Okay. And I probably tomorrow, if you show up tomorrow, I'll go over a little bit of money management. The idea of having a stop. Not every trade is going to work, so you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade for a manageable loss, things like that. But there's no best way. I am what I guess is called a momentum style trader. I like to see stocks near the high of the day or the low of the day if I'm going to short them. But some people hate that. Some people will want to wait for a pullback, to a certain, maybe to a moving average or to the VWAP, some kind of a pullback. I'm not that trader though. That doesn't mean that's not the way to trade. And that's why I said though, before you do anything, it'd be maybe a little tedious. You don't have to go maybe through every single video, but take a look at those videos in the Trading 101. If you have zero experience in trading, the first thing you've got to be able to do is understand when you look at a chart, what is it telling you? And then after that, it's looking at lots and lots and lots and lots and lots, thousands of charts, which sounds like a daunting task, but you do it for a month or so, clicking on chart, eventually you can see thousands of charts in a month. There's no shortcut, James. I'd love to say, yeah, just do this, spend 30 minutes doing this, and then take our program, take a subscription to Trade Ideas, and away you go. Unfortunately, that's not going to work. And the other thing, though, if you do take out a subscription, I haven't done it at all today. I'll promise to do it tomorrow. Is practice trading. This is a simulator, and you can practice trading. It uses our real-time data. You can practice trading. Watch, I'll take a trade right here, just show you how easy it is. Their JBI shows up here. I can pick how many shares I want to buy. Click buy, send it. Okay, I'm in the trade. And this is all real-time data. And so you practice trading first. You have to be able to make money in a simulator before you have a chance to make money in the real world. And then there's just maybe little experience. I mean, Doc to me is a not Doc, not Doc. Mac is a great example for me personally of something that I kept watching and watching and watching, intrigued by the fact that it was doing this, basically basing when the market was really kind of tanking. And I thought, well, you know what? This is holding up really well as the market is doing this. Maybe if the market at least stops going down, maybe this has a shot. And look what it did. Now, I mean, did I know 100% was going to do this? Of course not. But it's also showed up in my, obviously my favorite scan. I have a lot of faith in the alerts I'm getting from the scan. Well, I just showed you. You can click on an alert, and now you have to have our you have to have our downloadable application. Okay, you cannot be using the web-based version of the product. So to have this Brokerage Plus window up and running, you just click New from a toolbar, and then right at the top is Brokerage Plus, and then this window will show up. And when you see it for the first time, it'll probably say not connected. Now you may have different column headers than I have. All right, but that's this is all customized. You have all sorts of different columns you can have. But when you load Brokerage Plus, it'll more than likely say not connected. And then if you see Brokerage Plus in our toolbar, one option underneath is called Sim for simulation, paper trading. You just click on Sim. Now, if the not connected doesn't turn to simulator, and it really depends, I guess, on what version of Trade Ideas you have. It might say account. And if it says account, just click on it. And then that simulated trading default will pop up. Click on that. Now you're in our simulator. Okay. Now Click on an alert. If I like what I see, look at that bid ask, 831, 875. I don't like what I see. So click on PGP as an example. I mean, this is just the mechanics. So when I click on it, the symbol shows up. I don't know why I'm getting a zero. Just give me a moment. Why am I getting that 00? Here we go. So if I want to take A and AB, I just pick how many shares I want. This is a menu. You can either pick the shares you want, number of shares you want, or you can type it in, of course. I'll type in 120. And you click buy and then send. Doesn't matter. The simulator is using our real-time data. Doesn't make any difference at all. You don't need a broker. It's using our real-time data. And then these are just some hotkeys, very, very few. But if I want to get out of a trade, I had a bunch of trades I'm in. I would just highlight the one I want to get out of and I just flatten it. And that gets me out of the trade. If I wanted to get out of half my position, I would click half so I can get out of half my position if I want. So now I'm 60 shares instead of 120. Well, you have to be a subscriber to use this, James. Unfortunately, I don't. You have to be a subscriber to use this. And before you become a subscriber, I really think you should look at the videos. I know you're chomping at the bit to get going, but I think what day is it now? I don't know what you're doing over your weekend, but take a look at those videos. And next week there'll be a better promo code anyway, probably at least 25%. Okay. So look at the videos first. And if I don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, then this is how you can practice swing trading. Okay. So if I don't get out of this a nab at the end of the day, carry it over tomorrow. That's how you can practice swing trading. Anybody take Mac? You can even lie and make me feel better if you took the Mac. We talked about it for so long. Well, every video I'm doing now, well, not every necessarily, but most of the videos I'm doing now remember, I'm doing a video during market hours. Now, somebody said, well, why do you wait till the market's over to do your video? Yeah, you're right. The problem is, I don't think you guys don't know how I'm so wiped after 6 hours. And it helps me to do the video while I'm still maybe either in the trade or still kind of like really into the market. My mind is still sort of going a million miles an hour in the market. When the market's over, I just flip a switch and I try to rest. So it's hard for me to get, into a video, believe it or not. Man, I can't wait for tomorrow. I can't wait for tomorrow. I have no idea what we're going to get tomorrow in that scan, but can't wait. Where do you live, James? Just out of curiosity. You guys in YouTube, Dominican Republic. Okay. Hola. I think you're the first that I've seen in the room anyway that has said they're from the Dominican Republic. Okay, guys. So in the YouTube room, I put the link to the main room. So when I'm getting set to shut down. Yeah, sorry, guys. Sorry. It's my fault. My fault. Try to keep the general market talk, like specific stocks only. That's my fault. Okay, guys. Well, thanks for all the help. Thanks for putting up with the irritation early on when I had no sound, had to do a reboot. Hopefully everything is fine technically tomorrow. Have a great evening, everybody, and I'll stop my screen sharing now, put myself on mute. William will keep the room open until 4:15. And YouTubers, you've got the link. If you want to head over to the other room, you've got the link there. So I will shut you guys down now also.